Mr. Speaker, I move that we go to the next order of business, announcements and miscellaneous business.
Seeing no objection, so ordered. Members, we're going to take up the committee report from the Appropriations Committee and then proceed to, we're going to take up the committee report from Appropriations and then proceed to third reading. The gentlelady from Bernalillo. Sorry.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we go to the next order of business, committee reports.
Seeing no objections, so ordered. Clerk to read.
Mr. Speaker, your Appropriations and Finance Committee, to whom has been referred House Bill 1, has had it under consideration. Report same with recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Patricia A. Lundstrom, Chair.
Move adoption.
We're on adoption of a favorable committee report on House Bill 1. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay.
Aye. Aye.
Committee report's adopted.
Aye.
Gentlelady from Bernalillo.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we go to the next order of business, third reading of legislation.
Seeing no objection, it is so ordered. We will be on House Bill 1. The gentlelady from McKinley and San Juan, you are recognized.
Thank you,
Let the
Mr.
record
Speaker.
reflect all action. Let the record reflect all action necessary for placing House Bill 1 on final passage. Let the record reflect all action necessary for placing House Bill 1 on final passage has been taken. The gentlelady to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon, everyone. I am pleased today to present House Bill 1 to the body. The Executive Office proclamation that was released recently by the governor in the therefore clause for the second special session calls for consideration for some very specific items. It's making an appropriation from the Federal CARES Act for additional unemployment compensation benefits, making grants to certain New Mexico businesses, provide emergency housing assistance and emergency food bank services. And Mr. Speaker and body, it's also to make an appropriation to the Department of Health and the Office of the Administrative Office of Courts. Of course, it also includes what we commonly refer to as the feed bill to pay for our activities today. I'd like to say that this bill does exactly what's outlined in the proclamation, as it should by law. And what I'd like to do, Mr. Speaker, is just quickly go through the highlights. Everyone should have a copy of the bill, as well as the fiscal impact report. This bill basically provides $194 million to the state unemployment supplement. That's Section 2A. It's a one-time supplement of $1,200 to each unemployment claimant eligible for benefits during the 7 days following the bill's effective date, and to those who had exhausted all UI benefits between September 12, 2020 and the bill's effective date. Secondly, under Section 2B, it provides small business support for the amount of $100 million. It's grants up to $50,000 to New Mexico for-profit and nonprofit businesses with
Gentlelady from McKinley and San Juan, can I ask you to suspend just for a moment?
Sure.
In our rules we suspended the need to roll the clock between introduction and passage of a bill. But I want to make sure that we do that just so that we're safe.
Okay.
If we could go back to announcements and miscellaneous, roll the clock, and then we'll come back to third reading, and I appreciate the patience of the members. The gentlelady from Bernalillo.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we go to the next order of business, announcements and miscellaneous business.
Seeing no objection, it is so ordered. Gentlelady from Bernalillo.
Mr. Speaker, it now being 11:59 a.m., I move we adjourn until 12:01 p.m.
Seeing no objection, it is so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the rules be suspended and that the journal show all those present in this morning session are present in this afternoon session.
Seeing no objection, it is so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the rules be suspended and that the record show that the journal has been read in full and approved, subject to revision and approval of the Rules and Order of Business Committee.
Seeing no objection, it is so ordered. Gentlelady from Bernalillo.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we go to the next order of business, third reading of legislation.
Seeing no objection, it is so ordered. Let the record reflect all action necessary for placing House Bill 1 on final passage has now been taken. The gentlelady from McKinley and San Juan to continue her explanation of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, thank you, members. I'm going to continue where I left off, which is the small business support section of the bill. That's section 2B, and this grants up to $50,000 to New Mexico for-profit and nonprofit businesses with at least from less than 1 to 100 employees. For profit businesses, they must have a majority ownership in New Mexico, and nonprofits must be subject to the New Mexico Nonprofit Corporation Act. This program would be run through the New Mexico Finance Authority, and we would ask that there be geographic dispersion of the grants and to give priority to leisure and hospitality businesses and businesses experiencing severe economic impact from the public health orders. Interpretation and implementation of these measures, as well as the size of the grant amount up to $50,000, would be at the discretion of the New Mexico Finance Authority. Businesses are not required to repay the funds, and there's no payroll requirement to keep people employed. The next section in this bill, Mr. Speaker and members, is Section 2C, which is public assistance in the amount of $5 million. This is up to $750 per low-income household, provided the recipient did not receive a federal stimulus payment administered by the Human Services Department. Some administrative costs would be allowed out of this total for them. Some people did not qualify for federal stimulus checks due to income, age, immigration status, dependency status, some other disqualifying factors. The bill will be administered by, or this piece of the legislation would be administered by HSD. Next, under Section 2D is $15 million for emergency housing assistance and assistance for the homeless. This would be administered by the Mortgage Finance Authority. Mortgage Finance Authority has existing programs in both of those categories that they would move the money through. The Mortgage Finance Authority has received about 4,100 applications so far related to their current federal block grant. And they feel like, and we all do, is that this CARES money would be leveraged with that CDBG money to be able to help more people. Next is Section 2E, which is the food banks for $5 million. This money would be administered by HSD, and it's in the amount of $5 million to provide funding to 5 food banks in the state. This would be, again, administered by HSD. It's based on population, poverty, and unemployment rates. Food banks included in the request are located in Albuquerque, Farmington, Clovis, Gallup, and Santa Fe. Unemployment Trust Fund. Any remaining balances of the CARES Fund allocations in this bill not expended by December 28, 2020 will be sent to the Unemployment Trust Fund, reducing the loan amount needed from the federal government to pay for benefits from the insolvent fund. Mr. Speaker, our Vice Chairman wanted to make a couple of comments also, if you would, please, Representative.
The gentleman from Colfax, Mora, Rio Arriba, and San Miguel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to speak real briefly. The other parts of this bill cover coronavirus testing, contact tracing, and also vaccine implementation. The bill appropriates about $10 million from the general fund for DOH for contact tracing, testing, vaccine implementation in FY21. unused balances revert to the general fund. Although DOH has tens of millions available for contract tracing and testing, the agency states that 10 million is needed for vaccine implementation. The other part of this bill also covers the public health order enforcement by AOC. The bill appropriates 200,000 from the general fund to the administrative office of the courts for expenses related for implementing and complying with the public health orders. For expenditure in FY21, unused balances do not revert to the general fund. What they're looking at for this is to buy PPE for jurors and witnesses, security, and also to clean. So those are some examples of what this money would be used for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll pass this back to Madam Chair.
Gentlelady from McKinley and San Juan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that explanation of what this bill does, I would stand for questions.
Thank you, Gentlelady. There is debate. We have the gentleman from Sandoval, Representative Harper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the kind gentlelady from McKinley and all those counties yield?
Mr. Speaker, I would be happy to yield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlelady, I have a couple of questions to help in my understanding of the bill. I want to first thank you for the opportunity to ask these questions. You mentioned early on that this meets the, I guess, the stipulations of the governor's call, that the content of this bill basically meets the content of the governor's call, Mr. Speaker, gentlelady. And I agree with that, and I just wanted to clarify, the call really has to do with what bills are germane for a special session. Is that correct, Ms. Speaker and gentlelady?
Mr. Speaker, gentlemen, yes, it is the governor's discretion to identify what goes on our agenda when called into special session.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Speaker, gentlelady. I agree with you. And this bill has been ruled germane, and it's going through the process. But Ms. Speaker and gentlelady, I just want to ask, if this bill changes through the process, we're not violating any constitutional or state laws because we've passed the threshold for ruling germaneness. Is that correct, Mr. Speaker and gentlelady?
That's correct, Mr. Speaker, gentlemen, that's correct.
All right, Mr. Speaker, gentlelady, thank you. I just wanted to make that point, that yes, now that this bill is going through the process, the legislature can make changes if it is the will of the body. So a couple quick questions, and I'm sure you'll be able to answer these for me. So, Ms. Speaker and gentlelady, the first part of the bill where we talk, well, I guess it's the second part of the bill, not the funding for the session, but the second part of the bill, we talk about this 1,200 one-time appropriation to folks who are eligible or were eligible for benefits. I guess my question is, I am still working with constituents. I have one I'm working with right now that is still trying to get through the process of getting benefits. If he doesn't get through the system here within the next 7 days, does that mean he is not eligible for this $1,200 payment?
Mr. Speaker, gentlemen, at this point, it would be unclear. This is open to people who are unemployment claimants currently, and that they're eligible during the 7 days following the bill's effective date, but they would have to go through the process.
Yeah,
for eligibility.
Yeah, so Ms. Speaker and gentlelady, so he's been going through this process for 5 weeks. And so I'm just assuming that it might take a little bit longer than 7 days after the effectiveness of this bill for him to be eligible. Do you know, would he then not qualify for this, Ms. Speaker, gentlelady?
No, Mr. Speaker, gentlemen, it's not that they would not qualify for this. The issue is it implementation for this piece of the bill is a responsibility of the Workforce Solutions Department. I know that they've been stretched to the limits. We've heard that in our LFC meetings. I don't have a good answer for that, except that this is going to be the responsibility of the Workforce Solutions Department to get this out.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Gentlelady. I appreciate that, and I know there are lots of folks in a similar situation, and whatever Workforce Solutions can do to help out, and I'm aware of their struggles too. I understand, but I sure hope that at least the language in here doesn't preclude folks who are trying and are eligible, but just haven't had the check, put on their application yet, the approval put on their application yet. Okay, second, I guess going on to the next page, talking about the $100 million for businesses, grants to businesses, up to $50,000. Mr. Speaker, generally, my calculus, my simple math is that will help at the very least 2,000 businesses, perhaps more. Mr. Speaker, generally, we of course have many more businesses than that. And I think that's why it states in here that we're giving priority to hospitality and leisure, and businesses that are experiencing severe economic impact. Ms. Speaker and Gentlelady, I know you've done a lot of work on the New Mexico Finance Authority. Could you just help me understand? Obviously, there's going to be many, many businesses that don't benefit from this. How is the Finance Authority going to determine when they get thousands of applications, which ones will receive the grant and which ones will not?
It's a good question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative. It wasn't a few days ago that the Senate Finance Chair and I had a long conference call with the Director of the New Mexico Finance Authority. And the process, of course, for them is that they would set up rules. They've got some excellent models now in being able to move the funding. What we were told by the Director is because it's up to 50,000, that she feels that they would be able to do about 4,000 businesses. And that's because it's a staggered level in her mind and with the rules based on the number of employees. And I think the other important piece is those that have had the greatest loss, once that's determined. So in the conversation that both Chairman Smith and I had with the New Mexico Finance Authority, they've told us that they feel like they can do 4,000 businesses with this funding.
Ms. Speaker and Gentlelady, thank you for that. That's good to hear that we think we can accommodate 4,000 businesses. And Ms. Speaker and Gentlelady, if I'm reading this bill right too, I appreciate how it's been structured, that if you have 101 employees, you fall out of qualification, but 100 and below, even including one, the business would still qualify, right? So if it was a sole proprietor with no employees, would that business qualify?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, gentlemen, yes, it would.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, generally, I appreciate that because I think the majority of our small businesses probably fall in that category. Yeah, I'm just, it would be great if we could help out every single business, but I understand the fiscal limitations of the state. There's one constituent that I've been talking to. They're an older couple that's retired, and they put their nest egg into a little gym. It's a swipe door access kind of little gym, and they have been shut down and not been able to generate any revenue to pay the rent, to recoup their costs and their equipment, and they're very, very worried that they are now going to lose their nest egg, and this was a low risk, very small kind of business venture. And Mr. Speaker, generally, I'm glad to hear that they might be eligible for this. I'm not sure that they'll, when you stack up all the folks that have lost, who has the greatest loss, if they'll be able to be on the bubble or cross the threshold there, Mr. Speaker and Gentlelady, but I think we all understand the challenges. I guess my last comment, Mr. Speaker and Gentlelady, regarding the the very last section, well, I guess, again, not the very last section, but there is a section in here regarding the unexpended balance, reverting to the unemployment compensation trust fund.
Yes.
Yeah, Ms. Speaker, I really appreciate that being in the bill. Ms. Speaker, can you tell us the state, maybe just a little bit about that fund, what it does, and the state of that fund?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, gentlemen. We've listened to the presentation by the Workforce Solutions Secretary. That fund is in dire strait. It would be considered upside down. It provides the resources for unemployment compensation for those folks that have been laid off or obviously lost employment. So at this time, we do know that there have been loans requested of the federal government to help fill the coffers for that fund. But what we're thinking is that should this pass, that any dollars that aren't expended as we've outlined here would then revert into the unemployment fund.
Ms. Speaker and gentlelady, thank you. And do you know at this point what the current loan amount is that we've taken from the federal government just right now?
Mr. Speaker and gentlemen, it is $124 million.
Ms. Speaker and gentlelady, that's about what I've heard. That sounds right. And do we know what it will be projected to be by the middle of the summer? Do we have an idea of where that projection would be?
Mr. Speaker, gentlemen, it could be anywhere between 400 and 500 million.
All right, Ms. Speaker and gentlelady, I think that's important for us to understand because not too many years ago, Ms. Speaker and gentlelady, we passed some legislation that adjusted the formula that businesses, that basically determines what a business pays into that fund. And a big portion of that formula is the state of health of that fund, the dollars in that fund. Ms. Speaker and gentlelady, I see you nodding your head, you remember this. And so, Ms. Speaker and gentlelady, I'm very concerned that that formula will essentially invert and we'll see a huge burden put on the employers that are still struggling to fill that gap. Ms. Speaker and gentlelady, so I'm very pleased to see that we're trying to be a little bit forward thinking here and put some, whatever excess revenue we have, or excess federal dollars, I should say, that we have into this fund. Ms. Speaker and gentlelady, do you know, are there discussions, are there ideas on how we can perhaps not snap so incredibly far in that formula that we can maybe do a graded approach to help these businesses?
Mr. Speaker, gentlemen, I'm aware of several legislators that have taken this issue under their wing. I would anticipate that we'll see legislation in the next 60-day session to address this issue. I know that it's been extensively discussed in LFC. I think we're all very well aware of what the situation is. And the best answer I can give you at this time is we'll have to see what the bills provide. And I hope your comments are included in that you're part of that thinking. I know you've been close to this over the years.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and gentlelady. I appreciate this time and this discussion, and I'm pleased to hear that people, other legislators are also taking this under their wing and looking at solutions. I hope we come with a good one to this legislative session. That is the end of my questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, gentlelady.
Thank you. Next to the gentlelady from Bernalillo, Leader Stapleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentlelady from McKinley yield?
Be happy to yield, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, and the gentlelady from McKinley, I have some statements, but I have no questions for you.
I'll yield, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker and members of the House, we come together today in an unprecedented set of circumstances forced upon us by a pandemic unseen in our lives. I want to say thank you to all of our members who make the time and effort on behalf of the citizens of our state possible by coming here to the New Mexico House. We appreciate your work under these conditions and circumstances in the second special session. This is an unprecedented time of great challenges and difficulty that we see daily. Our constituents, excluding no one, have been devastated by COVID-19. Families have lost loved ones. Having lost my mother recently, I know how devastating that is. Our small businesses, the economic engine, has been decimated. Mom and pop shops at the heart of our communities have closed for good. As a result, many have lost jobs and are struggling to provide for their families. They are having to choose between providing the next meal and not paying rent or the utility bills. Many have their life's investment losing their homes. Many who have never asked for help are now in the endless lines seeking to receive from the generosity from others food for their families. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, our actions today, Mr. Speaker, is an effort to address and respond to the needs of the most vulnerable constituents. As the Speaker publicly shared, what we propose to do today is something no other state has done. We have worked carefully to comply with the CARES Act to support small businesses, nonprofits, and for-profits, the many unemployed, housing for the homeless, those impacted by loss of employment, and support for the food banks as major areas of our focus. Mr. Speaker and members of the House, we also have important resources to support the Department of Health to extend critical contact tracing and support for supporting the vaccine rollout. Mr. Speaker, as we prepare for the 2021 session, it is our intent to continue to work toward additional possibilities to bridge the economic gaps, to stretch our support in hope that there would be possibly a federal stimulus package coming sometime to help New Mexicans. Mr. Speaker, I urge all of us to vote on this unprecedented and supportive measure. We continue to be inspired by the many individual citizens and organizations that exemplify the best of what we love about our land of enchantment. I want to thank the governor of the state of New Mexico and our speaker for their leadership and our staff in crafting a strong bill to meet the needs of those most in need. I want to thank all of our members of the House of Representatives for being here today and coming in because they know that New Mexicans need the help. In these times of incredible challenges, we have also seen the best of our people and the state in their response of generosity and compassion for one another. Mr. Speaker and members of the House, let us all do the right thing and pass the bill with help for New Mexicans in every corner of the state of New Mexico and support those that are struggling. Mr. Speaker and members of the House, we are here today to do what is in our power to act and provide resources to support our citizens by trying to bridge the economic gap and provide a short-term relief for all New Mexicans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlelady. Next, we have the gentleman from Curry, Representative Crowder. Is he, I see he's not in the chamber. Is he participating remotely? The gentleman from Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, gentlelady, for your bill. Gentlelady, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask a few of the same questions that we ask in Appropriations Committee, just for the benefit of the community that's listening, just to make sure we clarify some of the rules that we're looking at. And would the gentlelady please yield?
Mr. Speaker, I'd be happy to yield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlelady. Gentlelady, on page, I think I'm looking at the wrong bill. I'm looking at the right bill. Page 6, on lines 12 and 13, where it talks about the expenses related to implementing and complying with public health orders. This is the funding for the courts, the $200,000. And the emails and questions that I've received on that is there's a concern on whether these are expenses of the courts to acquire PPE, to do COVID-safe practicing and jury trials, shielding, that sort of thing? Or is this implementing and complying with public health orders have something to do with enforcement by the probation and parole officers within the community? They're inspecting restaurants and doing things, and so there's a concern about what is this funding actually intended for?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative. I will repeat what I said in the Appropriations Committee for the benefit of the audience. This is for the expenses of the courts, safe practices and PPE type equipment, as we mentioned before, and just also for the benefit of the membership. This is an appropriations bill, which means that we would appropriate funding to all three branches of government. This is the piece that covers the judiciary branch of government.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, gentlelady. And gentlelady, in our LFC meetings that we were in last week, we had some documents passed out where of the $750 million that was appropriated in House Bill 1 in the June special session, our first special session, only $325 million has been transferred over into the budget process. There was $425 million outstanding. We're transferring $319 million of the CARES Act money within this bill, in addition to, I believe, $86,000 for our expenses of operating the session, and the $10 million that's going for contact tracing and testing and that sort of thing. So of the $325 million, they've already transferred to $319 million that's contemplated to be transferred within this bill. There's $106 million outstanding. And the question that I'm hearing and I'm curious about is there a commitment for how that $106 million is going to be used? Is there a firm commitment that this funding is all going to be transferred into the general fund process as we contemplated in House Bill 1 of the first special session? Can you speak just a little bit about the monies and what kind of guarantee do we have that these monies will be transferred over to the general fund?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for that question. It's true that we are receiving transfers quarterly from DFA into the Appropriations Fund. What I can say is that we've seen at least the first quarter. I have not seen the second quarter, but I can tell you that it has to be used for CARES purposes. So it would not make sense that we wouldn't have assurance that it's being spent appropriately. And I feel that when we get our next quarter report and we see how those dollars have been spent, we'll see that they've tied to exactly what they need to tie to, which is all outlined in the federal CARES package on what is an eligible expenditure. And at that point, I think we will have been able to tie down the entire $750 million.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a concern because we had received $1.07 billion total, and I believe $178 million of that went to local and tribal grants, and then another $140 million for state expenditures. The $106 million seems somewhat unencumbered, other than House Bill 1 that we passed in June says that it would be transferred into that budget. So I just wanted to make sure that there's some assurances from the executive that this funding will flow through that process. We're going to be removing money from reserves to cover some of this, and so I just am curious about that money and keeping track of it. The third question I had was, of the $178 million that's been allocated to tribal and local governments, as of about 3 or 4 days ago, DFA had only sent about $34 million to the tribes and local governments, and the rest has not been encumbered. What is the plan B if these monies are not transferred, not spent? I know that we have new language, and I'll talk more about that in a minute, on page 5 of our House Bill 1 this year, or this session, where it reverts back to the unemployment compensation fund. But I don't know what this money does if it's not expended. And I'm still a little bit curious about the $106 million. It appears to me that it could be used by the executive without flowing through the $750 million into the general fund.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative. As I had mentioned in the HAFC meeting, I've been in communication with the DFA secretary and the governor's staff regarding the local government fund as well as tribal fund. They have started to reach out to the recipients of that money, asking exactly what the status is for each one of those awards. And those that don't feel like they can spend the money, we'll be reporting that back to DFA. The idea is that that pot then would be available of whatever's left to other communities that can use it. What we're hoping is that we don't lose any of that money. And there are communities that were a little confused when the grant went out, when the notice went out, as to exactly what was eligible. We had a lengthy debate about that in LFC. I believe that was in, I guess, our Cloudcroft meeting this last year. And at that time, there's been more information provided to these local governments, and we feel that money that would revert would come back into this pot and then back out to other local governments that can use it. That is my understanding at this time, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. And gentlelady, my final question, and I do have an amendment that I would like to offer to the bill. But my final question kind of centers around on page 5, item B, lines 23, 24, and 25, where it talks about any unexpended balance remaining from the appropriations in subsection A of this section on December 28, 2020, shall revert to the unemployment compensation fund. And when I saw that, I got excited. That's something I've been trying to work for. But as we went through the appropriation meeting a few minutes ago, or an hour or so ago, it dawned on me that the likelihood of any money reverting is very, very low. That's a very unlikely scenario in my mind. And the reason I say that is we heard testimony and conversations when we were asked if this bill doesn't pass, is there a plan B? How does the money revert? And we were told, no, the money does not revert, that the money, in fact, could be accounted for and expended through the LFC scenario that was presented to us at the LFC committee meeting. And I thought if in fact this money can be accounted for through a second system, even if this bill fails, then clearly there's an anticipation that every dime of this money within this bill will be expended. So in that vein, I have brought forward an amendment I would like to submit, House Floor Amendment to House Bill 1. House Floor Amendment 1 to House Bill 1.
Okay, please bring it forward. I understand there might be other amendments as we go through the debate. So can I ask, given the time constraints, if everyone would just bring their amendments up so they can be, if folks are willing to, just so they can be passed out so we can get through it. So whoever has other amendments, please feel free to bring them forward, and then they can be passed out and referred to when you're ready to offer those amendments during your floor debate. So we'll just take a minute for the sergeants to distribute this.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I don't anticipate that there would be much debate on this amendment. I will tell you that it's a concern close to my heart, so we'll
Gentlemen,
see how it works.
Gentlemen, just let me interrupt for one moment, if I may. For those on Zoom, for members on Zoom as well as members of the public, as soon as the chief clerk staff enters the 202 number of the amendment, the content of the proposed floor amendment is available online. So folks will be able to see it there.
You have to. Did they pass it already?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like a roll call vote on this, please.
Okay?
Where's the amendment? Did he give it to me? Yep. Oh.
Okay, gentleman has moved the amendment. Gentleman to now explain it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the 202 number of this is 218605.1. This is an amendment that is intended to extend the amount of time that the unemployment insurance rates are frozen. Secretary McCamley had mentioned in a meeting the other day that our unemployment insurance rates are frozen until June 30th of 21, and this moves that date from 2021 to 2022. The only change in this amendment is on page 13. You'll see item Q. They struck through the year 2021 and it changed to 2022. And at the bottom of the paragraph, it changes it from 21 to 22. No one really anticipated this huge surge that we are experiencing throughout our state, throughout our country, where the pandemic has just flourished in the past 30 to 45 days. I know in my local community, our ICU is full. We have 6 people on ventilators. We are beginning to transport people to Albuquerque because our system is overwhelmed. And we know that this action is going to cause a lot of employees to be laid off. A lot of employees are going to lose their jobs. And I think it's very important to make sure that we don't come out the backside of this, try to hire them back, and then our employees are let go again because we can't afford to pay our unemployment rates because they've jumped so high. One time in my career, I've watched unemployment rates triple. And it was difficult, had a lot of employees. And I think if we don't get a handle on this, if we don't give a little bit of assurance, then we're going to create quite a problem for the employees. So, Mr. Speaker, be glad to stand for questions.
Okay, I go to the gentlelady from McKinley and San Juan. Is this a friendly amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would see this as an unfriendly amendment.
Okay, is there?
I believe,
I'm sorry, gentlelady.
I'm ready to make comment as to why, if you're ready for that.
Please.
All right, thank you. I feel at this time that it is an unfriendly amendment, primarily because currently the unemployment insurance is frozen through June 30th. We come into full session in about 6-7 weeks. would make sense to me that this is something that could easily be done in a regular 60-day session.
Okay, is there debate on the amendment? The gentlelady from Eddy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Mr. Speaker, gentlelady, I yield.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker and gentlemen, I'm going to stand in support of your amendment at this time. Just a very short observation that employers need some stability and to know what the future holds. And I think by taking action in this second special session, we can give them a little bit more certainty so they can plan for the future and try to keep their workforces intact. So I appreciate you bringing the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlelady.
Okay. Seeing no further debate, the gentlelady from Bernalillo.
Mr. Speaker, I move to table the amendment.
Okay, we do have a roll call vote. Let me give a minute to our chief clerk, as we did during the first special session. These votes will be done by voice vote. The gentlelady's motion is to table the amendment. A vote of yes, and the amendment will be tabled. A vote of no, and we will go back to debate on the amendment. If we're all ready, clerk, to call the roll.
Representative Alkil, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Representative Alkil votes yes. Representative Alcon.
I vote yes to table.
Representative Alcon votes yes. Representative Allison.
Vote yes to table.
Representative Allison votes yes. Representative Anderson.
No.
Representative Anderson votes no. Representative Deborah Armstrong.
Yes to table.
Representative Deborah Armstrong votes yes. Representative Gail Armstrong.
No.
Representative Gail Armstrong votes no. Representative Baldonado.
An example of what's going to happen.
Representative Baldonado votes no. Representative Bandy.
No.
Representative Bandy votes no. Representative Baroni.
Yes.
Representative Baroni votes yes. Representative Bash.
Yes.
Representative Bash votes yes. Representative Black.
No.
Representative Black votes no. Representative Brown.
No.
Representative Brown votes no. Representative Cadena.
Yes to table.
Representative Cadena votes yes. Representative Chandler.
Yes to table.
Representative Chandler votes yes. Representative Chasey. Representative Chasey. I'll come back. Representative Chatfield.
No to table.
Representative Chatfield votes no. Representative Cook. Representative Cook votes no. Representative Crowder.
No.
Representative Crowder votes no. Representative De La Cruz. Representative De La Cruz.
Yes to table.
Representative De La Cruz votes yes. Representative Dow.
No to table.
Representative Dow votes no. Representative Eli.
Yes.
Representative Eli votes yes. Representative Ezell.
No to table.
Representative Ezell votes no. Representative Fajardo.
No to table.
Representative Fajardo votes no. Representative Ferrari.
Yes to table.
Representative Ferrari votes yes. Representative Figueroa. Representative Figueroa? I'll come back to you. Representative David Gallegos.
No to table.
Representative David Gallegos votes no. Representative Doreen Gallegos.
Yes to table.
Representative Doreen Gallegos votes yes. Representative Harry Garcia.
Yes to table.
Representative Harry Garcia votes yes. Representative Miguel Garcia.
Yes.
Representative Miguel Garcia votes yes. Representative Garrett.
Yes to table.
Representative Garrett votes yes. Representative Harper.
No.
Representative Harper votes no. Representative Herrera.
Yes to table.
Representative Herrera votes yes. Representative Hockman V. Hill.
Yes to table?
Representative Hockman V. Hill votes yes. Representative Johnson. Representative Johnson votes yes. Representative Lara.
Yes to table.
Representative Lara votes yes. Representative Lente.
Yes to table.
Representative Lente votes yes. Representative Tim Lewis.
No to table.
Representative Tim Lewis votes no. Representative Georgine Lewis.
Yes.
Representative Georgine Lewis votes yes. Representative Lujan.
Yes.
Representative Lujan votes yes. Representative Lundstrom.
Yes to table.
Representative Lundstrom votes yes. Representative Madrid.
Yes to table.
Representative Madrid votes yes. Representative Maestas.
Yes.
Representative Maestas votes yes. Representative Javier Martinez.
Yes.
Representative Javier Martinez votes yes. Representative Rodolfo Martinez.
Yes to table.
Representative Rodolfo Martinez votes yes. Representative Matthews. Representative Matthews? Come back to you. Representative McQueen?
Yes.
Representative McQueen votes yes. Representative Montoya?
No to table.
Representative Montoya votes no. Representative Nybert?
No to table.
Representative Nybert votes no. Representative Powdrell Colbert?
No to table.
Representative Powdrell votes no. Representative Ream?
No to table.
Representative Ream votes no. Representative Andrea Romero?
Yes to table.
Representative Andrea Romero votes yes. Representative G. Andres Romero?
Yes to table.
Representative G. Andres Romero votes yes. Representative Roybal Caballero?
Yes to table.
Representative Roybal Caballero votes yes. Representative Rubio?
Yes to table.
Representative Rubio votes yes. Representative Salazar?
Yes.
Representative Salazar votes yes. Representative Sanchez?
Yes.
Representative Sanchez votes yes. Representative Sarniana?
Yes to table.
Representative Sarniana votes yes. Representative Schmades?
No.
Representative Schmades votes no. Representative Scott?
No to table.
Representative Scott votes no. Representative Serrato?
Yes to table.
Representative Serrato votes yes. Representative Small?
Yes.
Representative Small votes yes. Representative Stansbury?
Yes to table.
Representative Stansbury votes yes. Representative Stapleton?
Yes to table.
Representative Stapleton votes yes. Representative Strickler? Representative Strickler votes no. Representative Sweetser?
Yes.
Representative Sweetser votes yes. Representative Thompson?
Yes.
Representative Thompson votes yes. Representative Townsend?
No to table.
Representative Townsend votes no. Representative Trujillo?
Yes to table.
Representative Trujillo votes yes. Representative Zamora? Representative Zamora?
No.
Representative Zamora votes no. Speaker Egoff? I will go back. You want to do that? Representative Chasey?
Yes to table.
Representative Chasey votes yes. Representative Figueroa? Representative Figueroa? Just pass it on. Okay, Representative Figueroa is absent.
And I vote yes.
Oh, I still have Representative Matthews. Representative Matthews? Okay, Representative Matthews is absent, and Speaker Egoff?
Yes.
Speaker Egoff votes yes.
The vote is closed by a vote of 44 in the affirmative, 24 in the negative. The amendment is, or the motion to amend is tabled. Gentleman from Curry, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm hopeful that Madam Chair will work with me during the upcoming 60-day session, and maybe we can make a little progress and provide a little more stability and predictability and security for our businesses throughout the state and protect the employees and make sure they all maintain their jobs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Next, we have the gentleman from Bernalillo, Representative Garcia.
Thank you, estimado Speaker. Will the gentle lady from Gallup yield?
I'll yield, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentle lady, and thank you, Speaker. You know, Body, I really want to bring to your attention that our chairwoman, Lundstrom, has really gone over and beyond in terms of really trying to work with DFA and the state entities in really ensuring that our local governments do not lose out on this CARES funding. And I really have to applaud Patty for really stepping up and kind of moving the needle on doing exactly that and kind of laying certain strategies in place, Mr. Chair, to kind of ensure that that money is expended by December 31st. And also, Mr. Chair and Patty, Chairwoman Lundstrom, I also want to applaud you in terms of the way you crafted this piece of legislation. You know, we could have very easily appropriated the $750 million in CARES state monies for different programs. And we've identified, you know, a handful of them in the legislation. And we funded these programs to the tune of $319 million. And, but I really have to give you all credit in terms of ensuring a really key component of where we stand today in our state with the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund. And a big chunk of that $750 million is going to basically revive our fund. And as we know, estimado Speaker, that we pay uninsurance claims out of our Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund. And what many of us don't realize is that our Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund went from a robust $470 million at the start of the year to a minus $160 million currently. And I quote that figure, estimado Speaker, mainly because I had a conversation with Secretary McCamley 2 days ago, where he stated that we're basically around $160 million in the hole on our Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund. And estimado Speaker and gentlelady, we know that whenever we deplete our fund, our state fund, we have to depend on the Federal Unemployment Insurance Loan Fund to kind of cover our payouts on our unemployment insurance claims. But we have to pay back that loan to the feds, plus interest, mind you. So it's not a zero interest kind of program that the feds have to kind of bail us out when we basically deplete our fund, estimado speaker. And you know, House Bill 1 reverts on $431 million into our unemployment insurance trust fund. And this is significant, Mr. because with this amount, we can pay off our loan of $160 million to the feds, and that gives us a balance of around $271 million to pay out claims in the coming months. And you know, estimado speaker and gentlelady, had we not done this, we would have had to kind of raise taxes in the general session coming up in January to generate revenues to pay off the loan to the feds and to replenish the fund to meet our payout to the claimants. So this is really a monumental decision we're making here. And I applaud everyone involved in the process of putting this bill together with that in mind. And, you know, estimado speaker, we did a commendable thing in the special session in June. In our Small Business Recovery Act, in the June special session, there was an amendment put on to Senate Bill 3, the Recovery Act, the Small Business Recovery Act, the loan program. And that basically froze the unemployment insurance rates for employers to June 30th of 2021. That was commendable, considering the scenario that we found ourselves in, estimado speaker, with just the epidemic just becoming a prairie fire through our country and having us to change our strategy in terms of reviving economic development initiatives. But you know, estimado speaker and gentlelady, when we froze those rates in a commendable way, we also kept viable revenues from replenishing our fund. So that's why we really have to be careful in terms of whether we continue to extend this freeze or we kind of figure something else to where we continue to replenish that fund in a healthy manner. So thank you, estimado speaker, and thank you, estimada chairwoman.
Thank you. There's further debate. The gentlelady from Sandoval, Representative Padrell Colbert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentlelady yield?
I will certainly yield.
Thank you, gentlelady. A couple of my questions have already been asked, but I've had any number of calls dealing with unemployment. So my question is, under this legislation, does it provide, if a person now has all their information in and were qualified for unemployment, let's say in April, May, June, but have not received anything, will this piece of legislation provide that employment, that unemployment compensation? Will they get plus the $1,200 and receive what was granted to them prior to?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative. I just want to make sure I'm clear. I understand the question. If someone is waiting for a benefit and hasn't received it yet, would they be eligible to receive both? Is that what you're asking, Mr. Speaker, gentlelady?
That is part of it.
Okay. My understanding on the way this is going to work is that the funding in this bill would be for the people that have nothing, are not receiving anything at this time, but are eligible. And you sat in the HAFC hearing earlier where we talked about the backlog that our Workforce Solutions Department currently has, and they're trying hard to try to get caught up. But at this point, this funding is set up for those who are eligible and currently are not receiving a benefit.
And so, Mr. Speaker and gentlelady, they would get the $1,200. And just for discussion's sake, let's say they had qualified weekly for $600. So they get the $1,200, and then forward, will they continue to receive the $600 that they had qualified for prior to this piece of legislation?
Mr. Speaker, gentlelady, as long as they're eligible, it's not going to be taken away. It's just as long as they're eligible and whatever point they are in their time frame of receiving the benefit.
Would you restate that?
Mr. Speaker, gentlelady, as long as they are eligible, they're going to continue to receive the benefit. There would be nothing that kicks them off, so to speak, of the program.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and gentlelady.
Thank you. There's further debate. The gentleman from Doña Ana, Representative Small.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Madam Chair. I wanted to visit briefly, Mr. Speaker, Madam Chair, also about the unemployment piece. Mr. Speaker, Madam Chair, is it fair to say that, as has been alluded to, with the radical spiking in COVID-19, hospitals, including those down in the county where I represent in Doña Ana County, approaching capacity, public health orders, and just the difficulty for folks to go about their daily lives, that we're seeing unemployment really impact New Mexicans across our state, regardless of where they are?
Yes, Mr. Speaker and Representative, I will yield, and the answer is yes.
Madam Chair, Mr. Speaker, I deeply apologize. I was a little too excited over June. I apologize.
That's what unemployment bills will do for you.
Right, that's right. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you also for for helping me out with the yielding and the procedure. Mr. Speaker, Madam Chair, it's also my understanding that this system, is it your understanding that this system will be administered in ways that the Workforce Solutions Department has already set up? Therefore, obviously this is a large amount of money, but streamlining their ability to successfully disperse it based upon the systems they have already set up?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, gentlemen, that's a very good point, and they do have the system in place. My understanding is that they may need to bring some temporary employees in to help move this along, but because the system is already in place, it makes it much, much easier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Madam Chair, and certainly that's a very good part of this, and it speaks to the work that the Workforce Solutions Department has done. Also, Mr. Speaker, Madam Chair, regarding the earlier, since discontinued federal $600 a week payments, there had been concern about that creating potential disincentives for folks going back to work. Mr. Speaker, Madam Chair, the fact that this is a one-time payment which does not necessitate recertification, is it your sense that this in really no way incentivizes longer periods of not working, that this is simply a support to folks who need it, very needed at a critical time right now?
Mr. Speaker, gentlemen, I think you're correct in that statement. I don't think it incentivizes. I think it's something that is desperately needed now, and it's a one-time payment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Chair. That, of course, is also very important as we work and try to get where folks are going back to work, that this is a positive in that regard. And Mr. Speaker, Madam Chair, I know it's been covered a lot. I guess just my final question would be, given as we approach the end of this incredibly difficult year, as we see the mounting health challenges, the continuing economic challenges, is it your sense, Mr. Speaker and Madam Chair, that this one-time $1,200 payment for folks who are New Mexicans who are on unemployment, do you think that this could actually be just incredibly helpful for them and their families and those who depend upon them? And also, Mr. Speaker, Madam Chair, is it likely that much of this money will find its way back into New Mexican businesses as folks go about their daily lives in their communities?
Yes, Mr. Speaker and gentlemen, I think that's a very good point. It is a major opportunity for stimulating the economy. We saw that in our LFC meetings when we were looking at tax loss or gain, especially gross receipts tax. And I've looked at that for my own local communities to see how much they may have lost or gained. And because of the stimulus checks that were issued several months ago, we saw that kind of a situation where we didn't have major loss. In other words, it was a wash. We didn't see the big dips. And of course, our local governments and others need that gross receipts tax. But I think it is a good way to stimulate the economy and keep things moving.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Chair. For those and many other reasons, I am proud to support this legislation and join in thanking you, Madam Chair, our Speaker, and all those whom have put this together with the executive. With that, I'm conclude. Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Next, we have the gentleman from San Juan, Representative Bandy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, he cut out, but I think he asked me if I would yield, and the answer is yes.
Gentlelady, I just want to briefly go over some of the changes that have been introduced in the bill since it was originally presented to us as a draft, and I think most of those changes are definitely beneficial. We've already talked about the unexpended balances going into the unemployment compensation fund, which I think is definitely an improvement. There was some, for the organizations that are tax exempt to be eligible for this up to $50,000, they added, in addition to 501c3, 501c6. What is a 501c6, Madam from McKinley and San Juan?
Mr. Speaker and gentlemen, my understanding of a C6 is a business like a chamber business. It's membership driven.
You mean, Madam, a Chamber of Commerce? You mean that?
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yes, gentlemen.
Or what about the Elks Club or Eagles? Would that be a C6?
Mr. Speaker, gentlemen, my understanding is that Elks Clubs are C8s under the Internal Revenue Code.
There's also added veterans organizations, and I assume they're under a different title. Is that correct?
Veteran organization organized as a 501c.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, gentlemen, any veterans organization that's organized under a 501c3, and there's a lot of them, so they would be eligible.
You can ask them.
And I've just been informed that the Senate just passed an amendment to add C8s to this section of the law. We might think about that. The original bill said that the people that are eligible for this payment had to have the number of employees between 1 and 100. And now it's just, it's my understanding now that if you're a sole operator like a barber or a Uber driver, or in our country, welder that works by himself, they'd be eligible. And I think that, and I think you've already addressed that, and I think that's a definite improvement. And then on, going down on page 5, 8, line 8, says assistance low-income state residents, and this is for up to $750 per household, provided that the eligible recipient did not receive an economic impact payment pursuant to the Federal Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act. And my question about that is that residents of New Mexico that are not legal residents, that are undocumented, does that allow them to get this $750?
Mr. Speaker, gentlemen, it would. They'd have to be able to provide all the information that anyone else would that falls within this category. Those that did not qualify for federal stimulus checks due to income, age, immigration status, dependency status, some other disqualifying factors. So yes, that's correct.
Thank you. I'm not sure that I approve of that one, but I'll go right on. And we talked about this in the committee a little bit. The low-wage workers that work in the medical field, and my wife, who's a physician in her office, 2 of them have been laid off, temporarily anyway, because of their have COVID in their household, positive test. So they're not be able to come to work for a certain period of time. And I was told that they were eligible for unemployment, but my question, is that realistic? I mean, when they first started the unemployment program in the spring, people were calling me and saying, we can't get it, we can't even get them to answer the phone at the unemployment office. Is that a reasonable expectation that they could get unemployment for that period of time in December and be eligible for this payment?
Mr. Speaker, gentlemen, whether I feel that because of the delay, it's going to be discouraging for these folks, that it is an option. I believe that it is realistic because I know that the department has been working hard to try to move these applications along. They've hired more people, temporary people, to try to get these funds out. So I do believe it is a realistic way of getting payment.
Thank you, gentlelady. And one more question. As you probably know, I was elected to the Aztec School Board, and we were promised an education moonshot in the regular session. What's actually happened is that 20% of the students in Aztec schools are not coming back. They're either going to private school, they're open in-person learning, they're going to other states that are open for in-person learning, they maybe are doing homeschooling, or maybe they're just not going to school. So that's 20%. And of the other 80%, and those are probably people that are at risk, half of them are failing. In our school district anyway, and I think that's probably representative of what's happening across the state. So my question is there anything in this package that would address what's happening in our schools, which I think are a disaster for our students?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, I know we've had a lot of offline discussions since you've been elected to the school board. I think generally these kinds of things need to be addressed when we get into the 60-day session. I will make sure that if you're in front of HFC, that you give us adequate time and guidance in some of these things. It's just at this time, we're working on a bill that is tied to the governor's proclamation, and some of these education issues just were not addressed in the proclamation.
Thank you. That's what I was afraid of, and I certainly hope you can address these problems in the regular session, because it's really going to be a detriment to all our schools districts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
Thank you. There's further debate. The gentlelady from Santa Fe, Representative Romero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentlelady from, is it Gallup yield?
I yield, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm really interested in the portion of this bill that talks about housing and homelessness. I just wanted to highlight the fact that our governor has really come around and understood the hardship that so many New Mexico families are experiencing right now with housing insecurity. And with that, since March, Representative Rubio and I have convened a working group to focus on this issue since then. And just to give our body some of the numbers that we've been dealing with in the state on housing insecurity, just from the perspective of renters and landlords that are experiencing such hardship. Our mortgage finance authority here in New Mexico calculated about 190,000 households that are in the rental category. That's both landlords and tenants who are providing housing. And at just 15% of those households that may be experiencing insecurity at any given point in time in this pandemic, that's over 28,400 households that are possibly in need of support. And when we calculated this back in June, we estimated that $130 million shortfall would be needed. Right now, we're looking at $15 million for housing, and we're hoping that this continues to be a concern of this body. But we're so grateful to the governor's office for ensuring that those who are facing this instability, those who have already left their homes, who have had to move. We've heard of families in our district that have moved in with, a multi-generational family. They've cut down on their expenses in order to make do with the job insecurity that's being experienced. But what we care about most is ensuring that you have a stable, safe, and healthy home. And this is something that will contribute to that. I also commend the Mortgage Finance Authority for setting up a program and putting that in place in just a couple months' time to ensure that households can apply for this fund who have experienced any sort of financial instability up to $1,500 a month, retroactively working with their landlords to ensure that they can keep their home, stay there. If financial instability is the only hardship that's being faced right now, we want to make sure that here in New Mexico, you have a safe place to stay. So I just want to commend our state government for really putting in the extra time, effort, work to keep these families safe and to really respond to the needs that are so immense right now for those that cannot keep their homes. And we're hoping that the folks that are experiencing this can access these funds. nmhousing.org for those that have not seen this program. It's already up and running. We're just grateful to reinforce this with this fund and get it out to New Mexicans today. And really, being that we've been working directly with so many on what to do and how to gather information, the next round of funding will open up December 1st, and we're monitoring this closely on November 1st when this program first launched. In the first 2 hours, there were over 250 applications filed. These are New Mexico families. These are people facing this hardship. And at the end of 2 weeks, over 3,500 applications were submitted. And that's just us being able to get the word out as quickly as we possibly can with this program being set up so quickly. We know that there is more need out there, so we're working and helping everyone know what the protocol is, get their paperwork in place. And again, just want to commend our New Mexico Mortgage Finance Authority for creating this ability for New Mexicans to get this fund. And again, up to $1,500 per month if they meet the area median income requirement, which is 80% area median income of any place in the state. That said, I just want to thank Madam Chair for bringing this bill forward, for all of the hard work that's been put into this, not just in housing, but across the board. New Mexico families are experiencing such immense hardship right now, and my thoughts, prayers, and heart goes out to all those, my family included, who's been affected deeply by this pandemic. If there's anything that we can continue to do, Madam Chair, to continue to support the governor in her efforts to keep us all safe, I just want to thank you. And at this point, to have the resources to be able to provide for that makes me feel like we're doing our jobs. So thank you all, and thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this time.
Thank you, gentlelady. There's further debate. We have the gentlelady from Chavez, Representative Ezel.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Will the gentlelady from McKinley and San Juan yield, please?
I'd be happy to yield, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Gentlelady, I know that a lot of work has gone into this particular bill right here. I'm glad to see several of the changes that were suggested have been implemented into that, and I do appreciate that. Mr. Speaker and gentlelady, on page 3 of this bill, it says line 11 through 12, $194 million to the Workforce Solutions Department. How will that money be dispersed whenever it's talking about each claimant can get compensation up to $1,200? How will those recipients receive the funding?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative, for the question. When we talked to the department about this, they have a system in place now in how they distribute the funding to people that are currently on the program. The Workforce Solutions Department would set this up in an application process for people to apply. I need to reread my own notes here, Mr. Speaker, gentlelady. Actually, it's not an application. It goes out to people that are already in the system. So there wouldn't be another layer of red tape involved. It would be going out to those that are already in the system and signed up.
So, Mr. Speaker and gentlelady, whenever we're talking about those employees that are now laid off with the new order that has gone out, they would have to go through the application process again, but those that were in the original go-round during the first shutdown, they are already in the system. Am I understanding that correctly? That they would have to, the people that are trying to make application now have to go through the entire process, but those that have already received funding are automatically in. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, gentlelady, that's common sense. You raise a good point here. If they have never applied before, they're going to have to do that. They're going to have to go through all the paperwork. But if they're already in the system and have run out basically, is it 52 weeks, I think, of unemployment benefits, when that runs out, they'd automatically qualify because they haven't been able to go back to work. But you're correct on that.
So, Mr. Speaker, gentlelady, what I'm hearing here is that those people that have never made application before and now are really desperately needing it, they will probably end up on the bottom of the list. Am I understanding that? That's the way I'm interpreting what you've told me. And I don't really necessarily want that to be the case, because if they have worked all through it and now they have lost it, they stand to be greater at risk if these other people that have already made application are still receiving benefits.
Mr. Speaker, gentlelady, it's going to be they're going to apply online, and it'll be a lot faster through their regular unemployment account. It will be the same as the lost wages program that the department had done through FEMA, and that's a pretty quick turnaround. Again, there'd be no application necessary. They would apply online. And what the department tells me is that they're coming up with a system on a way to identify identity quickly and make sure to get the money out quickly. I don't think it would be where the newest unemployed folks would be at the bottom of the heap. I think it just depends on what their status is.
Mr. Speaker,
Get that directly. My expert on my iPhone, our Secretary of Workforce, has helped me to explain that.
Okay, well, it's good to know that he is on the phone listening in on this conversation, because my next comment is not going to fall easy on his ears. And Mr. Speaker and gentlelady, whenever I was questioning this on what has happened to these new applicants, I know that whenever the first go around of this happened, I was getting at least 10 to 15 phone calls a day whenever this was first put in back in whenever it was. I've lost track of time. Nobody could get through to Workforce Solutions. The regular hours were set from, 10 o'clock in the morning till 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And we had people out there that were struggling to try to put food on their table, and Workforce Solutions would not take the calls. So I am really concerned that they can do their job. I understand that this $150,000 on page 4 of the bill is to hire extra people to go to work. Why do we have to use that $150,000 if these people are already in the system, and it will just be the new applicants that have to be logged in on their whatever you want to call it, their payment measure? Why are we giving that money to them whenever it could be used for these people who so desperately need that money until they get their jobs back? That's my question.
Mr. Speaker, Representative, I think it's important to give administrative support when we're putting a new initiative, so to speak, on a department. I know that it's going to go to those that are already in the system, but because we're trying to get this out before December 31st, it's going to be crush mode for all of these departments. And we just felt, because we know there's delays, they're doing the best they can, we better make sure that we get them some more people in there to get the money out.
Well, Mr. Speaker, gentlelady, maybe so, but are these people that Workforce Solutions is having to hire, are they going to have to go through a training process that is going to take longer to get them trained than the 30 days now that we have to get this money distributed?
Mr. Speaker, no, I think it's more about setting up an internal accounting process also, so that when this new money hits their system, we've got an account set up, somebody that's going to manage that and get the money out.
Well, Mr. Speaker, gentlelady, I know that the Secretary of Workforce Solutions, I do want some accounting from them over how many new registrants have been serviced in this 30-day time period that we're now facing. Mr. Speaker, gentlelady, also on page 4, whenever we're talking about the New Mexico Finance Authority, I do understand that Ms. Russell does amazing things there. My concern is, and I'm also looking at the FIR, which is on page 7, it does talk about what I'm fixing to discuss with you. It says the FIR states that there's quite a bit of latitude whenever we are dispersing this money, but it also says that NMFA shall ensure geographic dispersion. But it doesn't indicate any, and I'm reading this verbatim, but does not indicate preference or priority to rural areas. I want to know that our rural areas are going to be in the mix whenever it comes to this dispersal of this money. And I want to know what guarantees Ms. Russell and NMFA are going to make to any of these businesses that do make application, because you know what? The state of New Mexico is not Albuquerque. The state of New Mexico is not Santa Fe. It's not Las Cruces. We have businesses all around the rural areas of the state. And those people work just as hard or harder than anybody else does, just trying to make ends meet. And if the need is there, they deserve to be looked at not once, but twice, to be on an equitable playing field for these, if you want to call them loans or grants, either one, I don't care which. But I want some sort of assurance that there is going to be equity whenever these grants and loans are made. Is that going to be possible, Mr. Speaker and gentlelady?
Mr. Speaker and Representative, a few days ago, the Senate Finance Chair and I had a meeting with the Director of the New Mexico Finance Authority, and this was discussed extensively about ensuring geographic dispersion on this. We were very direct about the fact that we want to make sure this money sees its way statewide. She has assured us that that would happen. As a matter of fact, she's been very clear that that would be the process that they take, is to send out, I want to call it tranches of money, maybe 3 allocations, and to make sure that there's heavy marketing throughout the state so people know that it's available, and to make sure that it is not going to just one part of the state. I mean, I'd be doing a disservice on this bill if I didn't think it was going to go to rural communities, as I'm a rural legislator.
And Mr. Chairman and Madam Chair, I do appreciate that you do recognize the importance of our rural areas throughout the state, because that is the backbone of this state. Mr. Speaker and gentlelady, also on page 7 of the FIR, do these businesses, whenever it says that it's the priority will be given by NMFA to the businesses in the hospitality and leisure industry and those that experienced severe economic impact. Is that directly the economic impact due to the COVID-19 virus?
Mr. Speaker, gentlelady, yes.
Okay, I just wanted that one clarified for me. Let me go back, and I've got little sticky tabs all over my bill right here, so it does make it easier for me to come up with. We are faced with a 30-day crunch because this has to be done by December the 28th, 2020. And Mr. Speaker, let's see here. On page 5 of the bill, lines 13 through 15, we are talking about whenever this money is being dispersed and what the money is going to go for. It's talking about reasonable technology and administrative costs necessary to provide the assistance pursuant to the subparagraph A of this paragraph. What constitutes reasonable cost? Is that defined anywhere?
Mr. Speaker, gentlelady, it's reasonable technology and administrative costs necessary to provide the assistance. And I believe that we have a percentage that we allocate that makes reasonable in the LFC process. But I need to double check on this, Mr. Speaker and gentlelady, because this is running through New Mexico Finance Authority and Mortgage Finance Authority. They have their own guidance, I believe, but let me double check. Let me check my notes right quick, Representative, because the technology administrative costs necessary is defined by the agency that's administering the programs.
And so, Mr. Speaker and gentlelady, shouldn't, if the NMFA and MFA are both working together on this, it seems to me like there needs to be the same guidelines followed across the board. Isn't that, do you agree with that or not?
Mr. Speaker, Representative, they do have that authority, and it is in there. We see that when they provide their audit reports back to us, but I apologize, I don't have that right in front of me.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker and gentlelady, on page 6 of the bill, and I have been hit with, I can't tell you how many emails and phone calls, and I don't know if you can clarify this or Do we just need to leave it for another time whenever we come back in the 60-day session? I know that other members have received these same phone calls I have gotten in emails. Whenever, on line 7 of page 6, whenever it's talking about contact tracing, testing, and vaccine implementation, I have many constituents, not just from my district, but from throughout the state, asking, are these vaccines going to be mandatory? Can you answer that or not?
Mr. Speaker, gentlelady, gosh, I hope not. You know,
Okay.
I don't think I'm qualified to say one way or another, but I do know that there's a heck of a lot of people that want this vaccination and looking forward to having it available to them. But I would assume it's going to be just like anything else, whether it's measles or flu or any other kind of vaccination, it's going to be up to the individual.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and gentlelady. Moving on down on page 6 to B, section 3B. It says $200,000 is appropriated to the administrative offices of the court. Mr. Speaker, gentlelady, I understand why they are included in this particular bill, just so we can get this thing going to the benefit of those that really need it in our state. These courts were closed. I'm kind of curious, Mr. Speaker and gentlelady, what will this money go for? Would $20 not have taken the place of the $200,000? Would $2,000 be appropriate so that the inclusion would be for the administrative offices of the court? They were not open, they did not incur costs, they did not run up utility bills. Could this money be better spent someplace else to help the people who are in dire straits?
Mr. Speaker, gentlelady, where it says from the general fund to the administrative office of the courts, that's not just the main office here in Santa Fe. This is because they build what's called a unified budget and all the courts are under it. There's going to be courts that do have PPE needs and needs to make sure that they can have safe practices when they are at work and doing their duties. So I feel like this is a reasonable amount that would be distributed to them.
Mr. Speaker, gentlelady, I find it excessive whenever we do have people out there that can't even put food on the table for their children. But I do appreciate you taking my questions and answering them to the best of your ability. I appreciate the work that's gone into this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There is further debate. The gentlelady from Los Alamos, Rio Arriba, Sandoval, and Santa Fe, Representative Chandler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And will the gentlelady from McKinley County yield?
Be happy to yield, Mr. Speaker.
First, I'd like to thank you, gentlelady, for bringing forward this, I think, extraordinarily important bill. Small businesses are definitely hurting and in need of support right now. There are unemployed people who've expended all of their unemployment benefits and are going to benefit greatly from the additional monies that have been allocated. We know the food banks are hurting, and we also know that many people are having difficulty in meeting their rent payments and other housing obligations. So with that, I just want to thank you so much for bringing it. It's extraordinarily important. I have a question though. With regard to the grant program for small businesses and nonprofits, I understand that NMFA will be developing the criteria for who has priority, what extreme economic impact's been suffered and so on. But and I also know that we're on a very short timeline, so I also recognize that. But is there going to be any kind of public process where businesses can have some input on how the criteria are developed, Mr. Speaker, gentlelady. I think transparency would be really helpful here so that people really feel confident there's an equitable system in place.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative. For a number of years, I served as the chair of the New Mexico Finance Authority Oversight Committee. And what I remember in that role is that every time a program comes forth to that department, they set up a set of rules that are available for public review and comment. I don't know, I'm not as active on that committee anymore, but I can't imagine that that has changed. So, Mr. Speaker, gentlelady, there will be an opportunity for businesses to comment on the rules for implementation.
Thank you for that answer, Mr. Speaker and gentlelady. I think that's a very important part of this so that people really feel as though they're being heard and that there is, truly fair consideration for all kinds of factors. And with that, I thank you for your answer and your time.
Thank you.
There's no distinction of what.
Thank you, gentlelady. There's further debate. The gentleman from Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentlelady from Gallup yield?
I'd be happy to yield, Mr. Speaker.
Three quick questions, gentlelady. The first one is a consequence of previous comments that were made in this debate. It is my understanding that the unemployment insurance program is projected to be $500 million underwater in the next year. Is that correct?
Mr. Speaker, gentlemen, the projections we've seen is between 400 and 500 million. That's correct.
And this $192 million, Mr. Speaker and gentlelady, that we are discussing here today does nothing to backfill that deficit. This is all new spending. Is that correct?
Mr. Speaker, gentlemen, it's out of the CARES federal dollars.
Thank you for that, Mr. Speaker and gentlelady. Moving on, I was a champion of including some money in this program for COVID-specific activities. And I see in the bill, Mr. Speaker and gentlelady, that there are in fact $10 million for testing, contact tracing, and other activities awarded to the Department of Health. But the FIR indicates that Department of Health intends to spend all of this money on preparations for vaccination. Is that your understanding?
Mr. Speaker, gentlemen, they already have over $100 million now for this purpose. So and in the FIR, it does state that it'll be for deployment of vaccinations. So yes, the majority of that would be used for that. They already have $100 million, as I said, for contact tracing and testing. But I believe just because of the surge and what we've seen throughout the state, they could always use a little more.
Mr. Speaker and gentlelady, I saw, I believe, a front page photograph in the Albuquerque paper just this past week of a mile-long, 2-car wide wait to be tested. In my county, it's taken 7 to 10 days for those tests to come back as either positive or negative, and then another 7 days plus for contact tracing to occur. So, Mr. Speaker and gentlelady, if there's $100 million out there to deploy for these activities, what are we waiting on?
Already been deployed.
Mr. Speaker, gentlemen, my understanding is that the money has been used and it's been deployed. So they have been using it for that purpose. Don't think there's much balance left in that.
So, Mr. Speaker and gentlelady, would it not be appropriate to add some funds for those specific activities in this appropriation?
Mr. Speaker, gentlemen, it could be, but I also know that because we're very close to a regular session, a few weeks out from a regular session, these kind of things could also be taken up at that time. We're dealing with a very specific amount of money. We're trying to make sure that we're hitting some of the key needs that's been identified statewide. We think we've done it, but I think any one of these categories could use substantial more money than we're even doing now in this bill.
Mr. Speaker, gentlelady, I would have had a much easier time trying to support this piece of legislation if we were actually putting money in there that helped to solve the problem. And in this circumstance, I don't believe we have done that. One last question, please, ma'am.
Sure.
What are Mr. Speaker and gentlelady, the tax consequences of the $100 million going out to small business? Are these grants going to be taxable?
Mr. Speaker, gentlemen, that's a very good question, and we are going to check on that.
Mr. Speaker and gentlelady, thank you very much for your answers.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next, you have the gentleman from Chavez, Eddy, and Otero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentlelady yield?
Mr. Speaker, I'd yield.
Thank you, gentlelady, and Mr. Speaker, I have more of a statement than questions, so bear with me. First and foremost, I appreciate the effort and the negotiation on improving this bill. I think this bill is a much better bill than it was when I first saw it, by a factor of 7 or 8. There are still several parts of it that I do not like, but overall, it is a much better bill. I would tell you that part of the reason for this expenditure, in my opinion, is not only the fact that we have $300+ million of CARES Act money that we're trying to deploy. We are trying to reach out and help many families across New Mexico that are hurting, and hurting for a variety of reasons. They're hurting because of effects of COVID, and they're hurting because of the measures that the state has taken in addressing COVID. Even in the last few days, we have shut down grocery stores across southeast New Mexico and across New Mexico as a whole, and have put people in great jeopardy. We have people now waiting an hour to an hour and a half in line just to get inside so they can buy groceries. We have buildings that are 25,000 feet and 300,000 feet that we're allowing the same number of 75 people in at a time. No science whatsoever. Arbitrary rules with little science. Those people are hurting. Just a few days ago, I listened to a report of a man and woman who were known to be COVID positive, who ran out of groceries, were new to the town that they lived in, and had to go get in line in order to get groceries, knowing full well they were COVID positive. It's craziness. We have people that are testing and waiting 7 to 10 days to get results. Absolutely ludicrous. On top of that, a friend of mine yesterday who was wondering whether he was just had hay fever and sinus and, those flu bug, or whether he was COVID, drove to Midland, Texas, had the results within an hour, had dinner in a restaurant, he was negative, had dinner inside a restaurant in Midland and drove home. I just wonder what in the world we're doing. So, this bill is a measure to address the pains and the hurts that New Mexicans are going through. I support trying to address those people, especially during this holiday season, that are hurting. I would tell you that we need to really look at what we're doing and how we're doing it and quit imposing pain by our regulatory. On top of that, Mr. Speaker, I would be remiss. You and I both voted for a measure in legislative council almost 4 months ago now, 3 months ago, to look at the EO process and how it's used. We still don't have a report. And, Ledge Council should be above reproach. And we should, as leaders of the legislature, make sure that what we pass is quickly done. And we have failed to do that. And you and I both are to blame for that. And I suggest we get busy and get it straight. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, gentlelady.
Thank you, gentlemen. Next, we have the gentleman from Colfax, Mora, Rio Arriba, and San Miguel, Representative Sanchez.
Mr. Speaker, will the gentlelady yield?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield.
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
The gentleman to move the amendment, and gentlemen, would you please let us know the 202 number, please?
Mr. Speaker, it's .218612.1.
Okay, gentleman to move House Floor Amendment number 1 to House Bill 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment I'm proposing is to add 501c8 to this bill. What it does is on page 4, line 20, it strikes the first occurrence of or and insert in lieu of a comma. And after 501c6, insert or 501c8. And Mr. Speaker, basically that's adding fraternal beneficiary societies, orders, and associations operating under the lodge system and providing for the payment of sick, accident, or other benefits to the members of such society or associations or their dependents.
Okay, and gentlemen, does this amendment match an amendment that's been adopted in the Senate?
Mr. Speaker, this does match the Senate amendment.
Okay, is there a debate on the amendment? Is there opposition to it?
Mr. Speaker?
Hearing, is it a, gentlelady from McKinley and San Juan, is it a friendly amendment?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it's a friendly amendment.
Few. Okay, seeing no debate, hearing no request to speak, the amendment is adopted. House Floor Amendment number 1 to House Bill 1 is adopted. Gentlemen, do you have further debate on the bill?
Speaker, I don't. Thank you, and thank you to the chairwoman.
Thank you, gentlemen. Next, we have the gentlelady from Grant, Hidalgo, and Sierra, Representative Dow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And will the gentlelady yield, please?
I'd be happy to yield, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, gentlelady. And I just want to commend the work of all the folks. This was a shortly announced special session and a lot of work that went on very quickly. And for those folks out there that are watching, our draft bills are numbered, and the one that was filed was the 8th version. And I know that Representative Bandy talked about some of the changes that were made that were definitely improvements, and I want to thank folks who spoke up to have our veteran services, our veteran organizations included as charitable organizations that could apply for the aid. I also think the changes that were made for sole proprietorships and small businesses were very critical. And I do believe that this is an unprecedented time. That is absolutely the truth. And we are trying to bridge an economic gap that has been created by executive orders and closures. And there are some folks who have not been unemployed during this period. Those are the individual citizens who exemplify the best among us. I love that, Representative Stapleton, that today we're trying to recognize the individual citizens who exemplify the best among us and support those who are struggling. And I do have an amendment, and it is to recognize those frontline heroes, those essential workers who have been tirelessly working since day one, who have not received economic benefit stimulus or in this bill. So I would like to move House Amendment. Should I give you the number since I have two?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and gentlelady. So this amendment that I'm moving is House Floor Amendment number 2 to House Bill 1, number 218597.2.
Okay, gentlelady to move House Floor Amendment number 2 to House Bill 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, gentlelady. One of the biggest comments that I've received during this pandemic is the hard work the essential workers have done. And not all of those essential workers have to be working right now. They have family members that have risk factors. They have children with allergies. Maybe they're recovering from they're in recovery from cancer. And they could easily say to Workforce Solutions, I'm at risk. In my workplace, I'm exposed to COVID and I'm in the high risk category. These are people like personal care providers who are going into homes and providing pericare to our disabled citizens and to our seniors. These are the CNAs at our state's nursing homes, at the Veterans Home, at Fort Baird, who are coming to work every day when they could be having more disposable income if they choose to go on unemployment. And I noticed in the FIR, part of the fiscal impact report that we received for this bill says that this $1,200 stimulus could encourage people to go on unemployment. But these essential workers are heroes. The citizens of New Mexico who exemplify the best among us have continued to go to work because they care about our vulnerable populations. They are our child care workers who have 20 children in a classroom because schools are closed. And they are now trying to get all these different children onto their online learning and then help them with their homework. And so this House amendment simply takes the existing appropriation, reduces the amount for the one-time unemployment stimulus to $600, and takes the other $600 and gives it to the essential workers who make less than $15 an hour. So number 1 on page 3, lines 14 and 15, strike $1,200 and insert in lieu of their $600. Number 2 on page 4, strike line 1 and on line 1, strike and insert in lieu of their or. Between lines 1 and 2, insert the following new paragraph. Provide a one-time supplemental low-income essential worker, these are low-income essential worker compensation benefit in the amount of $600 to each claimant who, 1, has remained employed throughout the duration of the public health orders issued by the Secretary of Health and related to COVID virus disease 2019 public health emergency. 2, receives compensation that is less than $15 an hour. 3, is not or was not eligible for benefits pursuant to the Unemployment Compensation Law or the Federal Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program, Pandemic Emergency Unemployment Compensation Program, or Federal State Extended Benefits or Trade Readjustment Allowance Program pursuant to the Federal Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act. And to re-letter the succeeding paragraphs accordingly. And I think this is a great way for us to say thank you to our essential workers. They themselves are low income, and had they chosen to take advantage of the opportunity to present a risk factor in their employment, could have received much more disposable income, but they care so much about our vulnerable populations on both ends of our lifespan. Those young children who would be left home alone or at risk, or those senior citizens and disabled folks who rely on them to provide their peri-care, to feed them, to clean their homes. And I want to say thank you to these people, and I implore this body to say thank you as well and to support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, before you go to debate, I want to go to the sponsor, the gentlelady from McKinley and San Juan. Is this a friendly amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, in just listening to the brief overview, it is a good idea, but there's no way I believe that we could really put a cost to it at this time. I believe it would create a whole new program, possibly within the Workforce Solutions. I believe this is an issue that should be looked at during the 60-day session. And because of that, Mr. Speaker, I would say this is not a friendly amendment.
Okay, I see there is debate on the amendment. The gentleman from Bernalillo, Sandoval, and Santa Fe, Representative Schmades.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentlelady from Grant, Hidalgo, and Sierra yield, please?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield to Representative Schmades.
Thank you, Representative. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this amendment because I work with these essential workers every day, and I actually interface with a lot of hospital workers, and I will spare the body the details of all of the give and take and come and go that the medical community is seeing right now because of a lot of these just basic employment issues. And so you're having, I've seen a lot of out-of-state people come. I've seen a lot of people quit because they've lost their benefits, they've lost other things. And these are people that are mainly paycheck to paycheck folks. And they've really gone without. They haven't lost their job per se, all of them, but a lot of them have gone without health insurance. They've dropped their benefits. They've shifted things to their spouses' benefits. I mean, they've gone through a lot of. Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you.
Senator O'Neill, can we? Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, that was just a little loud. And so they've gone through a lot of hurt, and I feel like we're looking at a real problem that I think has been overlooked. So thank you for bringing the amendment, and I stand in support.
He's walking around picking up stuff from over here.
There's further debate. The gentleman from San Juan, Representative Montoya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentlelady from Grant, Hidalgo, and Sierra County yield?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I yield to the gentleman from San Juan County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and gentlelady. So currently, the bill that's before us, House Bill 1, there are dollars included in there for several different pots of money. How are we calculating currently those dollars, whether it's enough, whether it's too much? I understand that the bill was even changed today, that if all of the dollars did not go out, that they would be reverted back into the unemployment insurance pool. So do you have any idea?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Montoya, for the question. It's a really good question, and I was just looking at the fiscal impact report, and in every category where we're allocating funds, there's no way for us to know if we're allocating too much or not enough. And so it surprises me that this is not a friendly amendment if it's a good idea when we have 60,000 small businesses, for example, and the amount of money that we're appropriating is going to help about 4,000. I don't know how we're saying no to the others if it's a first come, first serve. The same thing is mentioned in the FIR under the unemployment benefits. What happens if the number of people, Mr. Speaker and Representative Whip Montoya, the people who apply for unemployment exceed the amount of money that we're allocating? And the question is posed in the FIR, but we're not answering it as a body. And so, and then we're theorizing we could revert. What I know is that I came here and I'm speaking for the voice of our communities, your community, my community, every one of us. And our essential workers who are making less than minimum wage are doing so at the sacrifice of financial gain for their family. And they're doing it the hardest jobs, whether they're a field worker, whether they're the gas station attendant. We better answer that question when we get there. But I'm not asking for a new appropriation. I'm asking for us to divide something that we currently appropriated that is also unpredictable and uncertain. But we can absolutely know with certainty that these are going to, as Representative Stapleton, I love her quote, the individual citizens who exemplify the best among us.
Thank you for that, Mr. Speaker and gentlelady. So, Representative Dow, I guess the follow-up question to that is, and I think you addressed this in your introduction of this amendment, but we have folks who are staying employed rather than taking the money which they could take. And there's relatively nothing that a employer, if someone comes forward and says that they have symptoms or they're worried, we're allowing them to go on unemployment. But these folks, maybe who are staying, are concerned that they want to make sure that there's a job to return to when we get back to some sort of normalcy. But in the meantime, they're doing this potentially to their current harm. Mr. Speaker and gentlelady, how many folks are currently, according to our statewide statistics, are unemployment now and would qualify for the $1,200? Is that, I'm to understand, I believe, Mr. Speaker and gentlelady, it's over 100,000 people receiving unemployment?
Mr. Speaker, Representative Montoya, I believe that number, it's over 100,000, but the way that this bill is written, anyone who would like to say to their employer that they feel they were exposed, according to the current health orders, the employer at their own expense must allow them to quarantine for 14 days. And so anybody who would like to receive this $1,200 benefit the way it's currently written could say, I think I was exposed. I went to a mass gathering during Thanksgiving and I was exposed to COVID. And then they would be eligible for unemployment according to our current health orders. And if that were to happen, who could begrudge a low-income person for doing that if they want to have a nice Christmas and they've watched other people choose to leave their employment for financial gain as well? Maybe, I'm not saying everyone, but I'm saying I get calls from people all the time who cannot leave their critically ill and vulnerable clients unattended, and they need to be recognized.
So thank you for that, Mr. Speaker and gentlelady. My concern, and the reason I probably will not personally vote for this bill, is because there are no controls. Last year when we passed earlier this year when we passed the previous help for folks who were unemployed or businesses, that the loan program that was put out there for them, there were some controls in place. They had to qualify. They had to display some sort of need. They had to display that they were harmed specifically by COVID, or that their business had taken a hit because of COVID, or because of the governor's shutdown orders. So there are no controls in this whatsoever. So it is very likely that every dollar will go out, because people who are in need and people who are not in need can take advantage of the benefit if they're one of the groups. So, Mr. Speaker and gentlelady, I'm just not sure why we would not include this other specific group who we know are being harmed because they are continuing to work, and maybe a good relationship with their employer, don't want to see their employer allow that business to shut down. We've already had, Mr. Speaker and gentlelady, from what I understand, well over 1,000 businesses across New Mexico have closed. I'm not as concerned about the businesses. I'm concerned about the hundreds of thousands of jobs that potentially wouldn't be coming back. So keeping these folks employed and allowing them to continue to provide while at the same time helping some of these folks, mostly minimum wage folks who are working. I'm not exactly sure if when the dollars run out, that's the end of it, first come, first serve. I'm not sure why we would not allow some of these folks, some of these same households to not participate. So I stand in full support. And Mr. Speaker and Gentlelady, I'd like to say one other thing. This exact same amendment is being addressed on the Senate floor right now. And Mr. Speaker and Gentlelady, several of the Democrats on the floor have expressed their desire to go ahead and vote for this over there. So I'm concerned that we would vote this down on this side and they would pass it on the other side and it would come this direction. And in reality, I think, and I've heard I've heard from several Democrats who said, I would like to be able to get this in the hands of these low-income families. And so I stand in full support. I think this is the most compassionate way to handle this, especially since there are literally no controls on this to have to determine need. And I would, and I understand, I'm not saying that there's not need, there is need. And we do want to put some help to those folks who are struggling, but these folks are struggling as well. So I stand in full support of your amendment, and I hope that the body passes it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want a roll call vote also, Mr. Speaker.
That's fine.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the gentlelady yield?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. The reason, I just wanted to add a few points for the consideration of the body, and that is, I love the idea of giving a grant to essential workers, especially those in healthcare that have been through so much this year. But Madam Speaker, gentlelady, the problem is that grants to essential workers are not an eligible purpose under the CARES Act. And we can do things under the federal law that are directly related to COVID response and unemployment. A cash payment to workers is not eligible under the CARES Act, Madam Speaker, gentlelady, which puts all of the funds that would be dedicated pursuant to this amendment in jeopardy of reverting either to the federal government or to other funds in state government. Secondly, Madam Speaker, gentlelady, the Department of Workforce Solutions, as we heard from the gentlelady from Chavez, Representative Ezell described earlier correctly, the Department of Workforce Solutions is incredibly burdened with an incredibly high workload of claimants. The reason that in drafting the bill we looked at increased unemployment benefits is because that system is already built. You don't have to create an entirely new system for people to apply. Madam Speaker, gentlelady, you do not have to create an entirely new system for people to be vetted. You do not have to create an entirely new system for people to demonstrate how much they're being paid, which is required, Madam Speaker, gentlelady, by your amendment. They would have to show that they earn less than $15 an hour. Madam Speaker, you would have to create a system to show how long they've been employed. Madam Speaker, gentlelady, do they have to have been employed by the same employer? Madam Speaker, gentlelady, do they have to be employed in the same industry but by different employers? Madam Speaker, gentlelady, what if they were employed by one hospital and then they moved to a different hospital, but there was 2 weeks of unemployment in between? Madam Speaker, gentlelady, then your amendment wouldn't be of any benefit to those folks because it says continuously employed. Madam
Madam Speaker, Gentlelady, it's a very good idea, but this amendment is not fully baked. And I'll just go through again, Madam Speaker, Gentlelady. In order to receive this payment, first of all, someone, Madam Speaker, Gentlelady, would have to apply. Now, that means you have to have an application created. Under the State Rules Act, there's a process for promulgating applications under state law. It would be 4 weeks in all likelihood before an application would be available. That is December 24. That would give applicants 6 days before the end of the year in order to have an application processed and turned around. Even if, Madam Speaker, Gentlelady, the Department of Workforce Solutions moved heaven and earth and got their application form ready in 2 weeks, that would give them less than 20 days before the end of the year in order to apply for this funding. Somehow, the Department of Workforce Solutions, as part of that application process, Madam Speaker, Gentlelady, would have to verify. Let's go through each of the elements. 1, has the applicant remained employed throughout the duration of the public health order issued by the Secretary of Health related to the coronavirus disease of 2019? Okay, so Madam Speaker, Gentlelady, let's ask a few questions. Madam Speaker, Gentlelady, let's take a nurse, or let's take a respiratory therapist who might make less than $15 an hour. If a respiratory therapist was employed, say, at Holy Cross Hospital in Taos, and then left that job, was unemployed for 2 weeks, and then went to Mountain View Medical Center in Las Cruces, would they be able to show that they were continuously employed with a 2-week unemployment cap?
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, no, they would not. If they received unemployment benefit, they would not be eligible. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, I did not use the word grant. Hazard pay is completely eligible under COVID relief funds, and we have done some hazard pay. Hazard pay is eligible, and the word grant is not present. That is an eligible COVID expenditure, but if they received unemployment, they would not be eligible for this.
Okay, Madam Speaker, Gentlelady, you could have someone who's out of work for 2 weeks, didn't apply for unemployment, but they still would be unable to show continuous employment. So you'd have someone who for 2 weeks wasn't working as a respiratory therapist and is thereafter ineligible for this program. Number 2, Madam Speaker, Gentlelady, the applicant would have to show that they received compensation less than $15 per hour. Okay, Madam Speaker, Gentlelady, that means that the Department of Workforce Solutions is being tasked with coming up with a way to verify that. And remember, it is November 24th today. We have 6 days left this year, 2 of which are state holidays. Then we have a weekend. Then we have the time up through Christmas. And the money, if not spent by December 28, under the text of this bill, reverts. So we don't even have all the way to the end of the year. So if the Department of Workforce Solutions can come up with an application form and an application process, keeping in mind the bill doesn't appropriate money to the department to do that. So Madam Speaker, Gentlelady, that's a good question. I'm gonna sound like Representative Crowder. Madam Speaker, Gentlelady, where is the Department of Workforce Solutions gonna come up with the money to create a website, to create an application process, and to administer this?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I suppose those will be the same types of questions that we could ask about the $100 million that we are now appropriating, of which we are making a new appropriation and setting up a new program and requiring guidelines as well. It would be the same sort of question that we could ask about the assistance that we're giving to the low-income state residents who have not been eligible to receive anything else. They're going to have to demonstrate as well. It's going to have to be appropriated as well. And we are here as lawmakers to make a law. I know some of us want to get out of here by 6, but I want to get out of here when the bill is right. And so if you have some suggested amendments, I'd be happy to work with you on that, because I thought that's what we're here to do as a body. What I know is that our essential workers making less than $15 an hour are hurting, and there are all sort of provisions within this bill that require us to set up new ways to apply, new guidelines, and new eligibilities that are also going to be answered within the next 30 days before the end of the year. And if you read the FIR, we have almost 100% assurance from the Legislative Finance Committee that all of our dollars are already allocated and we will not be reverting money. So I think that the most important thing that we can do in this package is not to forget to recognize our low-income essential workers.
So, Madam Speaker, Gentlelady, I'll take that answer as I don't know. And Madam Speaker, Gentlelady, I agree with you that these folks need money. The problem is that you have an idea, but it's an idea that has to be implemented by the hardworking people in state government. And there is no way that that is going to happen. When we talk about the unemployment provisions that are in this bill, you don't have to reinvent the system. It's already there. You're just putting money into the system and it's going out. For the $100 million for small business grants, that system has already been developed by the New Mexico Finance Authority under the Small Business Recovery Act, and the executive director of that authority has told me and has told the Senate in testimony today that they're going to use the same system with some modifications that is already in place. So we don't have to build a new system. It's already there for that $100 million. The worry here is that, one, we're not having any way of verifying the eligibility of people in this program. And then two, Madam Speaker, Gentlelady, the real problem here, and I hope folks are paying attention to this, because we have an ability with an unmodified bill to put $1,200 into the pockets of people who are on unemployment or who were eligible but have aged out of, or who have timed out of the system. $1,200 is a large amount of money for people who are without a job. And they need that help and they need that support. Many of them are unemployed right now because the restaurant where they work is closed, or the retail shop where they work is closed. And that $1,200 is going to go a long way, especially at the holidays. We're talking about people who don't have a job. If we adopt this amendment and then we pass the bill, all those unemployed people who don't have a job, their benefit is going to be cut in half by the first part of your amendment. The first part of your amendment says, well, we were going to give you $1,200, but if you're unemployed, instead of giving you $1,200, we're going to give you $600. So we're taking it away. With not a guarantee, not even a reasonable chance that the money for this new program is going to make it into the pockets of the people we want it to get to. Keeping in mind, Madam Speaker, Gentlelady, that the people that you want to help with your amendment, who I also want to help, they have a job. It's a hard one, and it's a critical one. It is one where they are overworked and underpaid, but they have a job. Why not come back in January and do this in a way that has input and buy-in from the administration, that has a reasonable likelihood of the money being put out? Why not try to do it with general fund or some other one-time money? Perhaps by the time we get to January, then President Biden will have worked with Congress and given us a package of relief that will put money towards this very, very worthy program. To me, this amendment is not about the worthiness of what you're trying to do. I agree with you 100% that we need to help and do more to support these essential workers. I agree with you. I think everyone in the legislature agrees with you. Madam Speaker, Gentlelady, the problem is if you don't get this program exactly right, you're going to be taking $600 away from every unemployed claimant in the state, putting it into a pot and hoping it makes it to the place where we want it to go. And if it doesn't, it's going to go away. Money that could have helped an unemployed family at Christmas instead is going to be sitting, waiting to revert back to the federal government or to the unemployment compensation fund. Money that could have supported a family with 2 unemployed parents, instead of going to them at Christmas time, that money is going to go somewhere in state government, and it's never going to help anybody. That is the problem with this amendment. When we have a chance to directly help people without a job who are most directly affected economically by this catastrophe of COVID-19, to take a risk, Madam Speaker, Gentlelady, with critically necessary aid and assistance to them, to take any risk and to put that money to an unproven, unknown, unimagined program is reckless. And Madam Speaker, Gentlelady, I would hope that we wouldn't go down this path, because the people who would bear, Madam Speaker, Gentlelady, the people who would bear the consequence from us not getting it right, It's not you, it's not me. It's unemployed New Mexicans all over this state who desperately need help. And if this isn't right, the pain and the hurt is going to be on them. And to do that at Thanksgiving and Christmas time, I think, Madam Speaker, Gentlelady, makes an unacceptable risk even more dangerous to take. And I would urge the body to reject this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Is there further debate on the amendment? Representative Bandy?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the gentlelady from Grant, Hidalgo, and Sierra yield?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, I yield to Representative Bandy.
And gentlelady and Madam Speaker, I support this bill. I think that we need some help, but I think your amendment would make it a better bill. And the reason I do is because of what I was talking to the gentlelady from San Juan and McKinley. I know essential workers in my wife's office who they're not unemployed, but they have to not work for a certain amount of time because their family members have tested positive for COVID. So they have to stay away from work, and they're not performing their essential duties in the medical field. And this would help them, and I support your amendment. I think it makes a bill that I support, although it's not perfect, I think it makes it better. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that, Representative Bandy. And I just, I appreciate you for supporting that. And although I respect the Speaker and his theory on the presentation of why it can't be done, hazard pay is an eligible COVID expenditure, and it is currently being done right now. The states of Vermont, Pennsylvania, and Virginia are providing hazard aid to their essential workers. We have systems in place throughout each division that allows for the essential workers to receive hazard pay, and some of our essential workers have already received that. The Department of Health is asking essential workers to identify themselves to present their ID and show that they're essential workers. They are trackable, they're identifiable, and they should be also recognized during the holidays. And I think one thing that no one is taking away a $1,200 one-time stimulus or payment, unemployment payment, whatever you want to call it, because we haven't passed this bill yet. Folks are expecting nothing. And I know there's just as many people who are unemployed who recognize the hard work of the essential workers who are caring for their loved ones, perhaps caring for them as they are ill. They are delivering their groceries to their home. And we're all hurting, we're all in this together. And 600 extra for twice as many people does not sound like a bad deal to me for New Mexicans in this state.
There is further debate on the amendment. The gentlelady from Bernalillo, Representative Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the gentlelady from Grant yield?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, I yield to the Representative Thompson.
So I like the idea of this. As most of you know, my son lives in a group home. I have gotten frantic messages from the CEO of the group home. They have 660 hours a week that they cannot cover because they don't have staff. They're covering it. They have to cover it, but I don't know how they're doing it. So I am 100% in favor of getting money to those kind of people. But Madam Speaker and gentlelady, who is considered essential? Are truck drivers? Are Uber drivers? Are the people handing out the food at the McDonald's when we can do drive-through? Are people who work in group homes? Where is your definition of essential workers? Because I think my definition is probably different than a lot of other people's. So who's going to decide who's an essential worker?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Thompson. According to the Emergency Health Act, the governor has defined who's essential. And I think what would separate them from a truck driver would be that hourly wage. And unfortunately, in many places, even McDonald's is paying more than $15 an hour. The lowest paid essential workers are those that are working on contract. They are working at nonprofits and businesses that are on contract with the state, and we continue to raise minimum wage without addressing the contracts to those providers. You guys know this has been something that I care about, and I know you do too, Representative Thompson. And I'm afraid if we don't fix this, that if any of those people are at their wits' end and they're working in these difficult jobs and they see the opportunity to have a Christmas for their family, we are giving them 7 days to quit their job, leaving your son more at risk.
It's hard to tell. Is it Mr. Speaker? If we're on Zoom, we can't really see.
It's back to Mr.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you. I'm not sure what you mean by 7 days to, gentlelady. I somewhere you lost me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Thompson. In this bill, as it is currently written, from the time we passed the bill, there are 7 days for people to say to the unemployment office, I am now unemployed. So if they have not been unemployed and they have not exhausted their benefits, and if they have not received unemployment benefits before, we are giving them a time period to say, I am now unemployed. And that time period, and it's a valid thing for them to say is, I've been exposed to COVID, I am at risk.
Mr. Speaker and gentlelady, throughout our sessions, I always hear, where's the FIR? We didn't get the FIR 24 hours ago. I don't see an FIR at all. Do we have any idea of how many people we're talking about or what this is going to cost?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Thompson. I share your concern. I am gravely concerned that the members of this body have not received an FIR. I am very concerned that we are trying to pass this bill in less than 12 hours. But we've got to get it right. I agree with the Speaker. And so the Senate is making amendments to this as we speak, and I think it's worth it to get it right. And one of the amendments that the Senate's making is to strike the word compensation and replace it with hazard pay. If you want to work on an amendment that identifies the essential workers that are doing the hardest work for our most vulnerable populations, and you want to exclude other essential workers, I don't know how we draw the line. The grocery store clerk is keeping gas in our car. They are, or the convenience store clerk is keeping the gas station open so that we have gas in our cars, that we can get convenience foods, so that our truckers can deliver items, and they are at risk. And if they choose to leave their jobs and say, I am at risk of COVID, they would be eligible for unemployment, but they are working because they are the heroes of our state. They are working because they care about the vulnerable populations and they care about the everyday New Mexican. They are our heroes.
Mr. Chair and gentlelady, that's concerning to me that you say I could go in there and talk about who's an essential worker. Well, I think people who work in group homes are essential. Representative Small may feel like people who work in veterinary clinics are essential. I mean, it's kind of like if we don't have any parameters, Mr. Speaker and gentlelady, I don't quite understand how we're going to limit. I mean, who's to say that, that someone's dog walker isn't essential, because if they don't take them for a walk, then the retired disabled person's house will be torn. I mean, I don't like this term, but it really is a slippery slope when we have no, and Mr. Speaker and gentlelady, we do have an FIR on the bill. This bill has been worked on for weeks, I would say. It's not kind of just coming out shooting at the hip. And as much as I would love to support those kind of workers, I first off, well, I have one more question, Mr. Speaker. Did you have any conversation with DFA in terms of whether they think they can get this money out in, let's say, 30 days?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Thompson. First, the governor has defined essential workers. This is not arbitrary. It's not a slippery slope. It's defined by the governor of the state of New Mexico. Secondly, DFA is not concerned about money reverting, because DFA has repeatedly stated and continues to state in our FIR that all $710 million of the COVID aid we received is accounted for. None is being reverted whether we pass this bill or not. We are here to do help for New Mexicans right before the holidays, because we have more closure, more lockdown, and DFA, there is no money to revert because we appropriately allocated these CARE Act funds during our last special session when we did our job. So there's no money to revert.
Madam, Mr. Speaker and gentlelady, I'm not worried about reverting it. I'm worried about having it go having it not go, as the speaker talked about, people who don't have any income. And I'm the first one to say we need to pay our essential workers more, but I just don't think, Mr. Speaker and gentlelady, that throwing an amendment that could cost us tens of millions of dollars with no input from DFA, with no input from LFC, with no input from HAFC. I mean, how many times have we heard, oh, this bill has money, it needs to go to HAFC. Well, this amendment didn't go to HAFC. So, you know, either you're gonna scream about things having an FIR or you're not. So I like the idea, but I just don't think there's any way to do it successfully. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, gentlelady.
Thank you, gentlelady. Next to the gentleman from Bernalillo, Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentlelady please yield?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will yield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlelady, I'm looking at the amendment, and I apologize, I'm not on the floor, obviously, and I'm looking at it on my phone, which is kind of hard to read, but correct me if I'm wrong here, but I'm going to read off the amendment. Page 2, on page 4, line 1, and then subsection B, to provide one-time supplemental low-income essential worker compensation benefit in the amount of $600 to each claimant who, number 1, has remained employed throughout the duration of the public health orders issued by the Secretary and receives compensation of less than $15 an hour. Mr. Speaker and gentlelady, the population that you are encouraging us to provide this this bonus to, have they missed a paycheck during the pandemic?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Could you repeat your last part? I'm sorry.
Has the population that you are encouraging us to provide this, say, bonus to, have they missed a paycheck the last 8 months, 9 months of this pandemic?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative, for that. They have received what you refer to less than a living wage, and they have received a third of what they would have received on unemployment while they were, so these folks making less than $15 an hour, so theoretically, had they identified a health factor or risk factor, a vulnerability of themselves or a family member, they could have received unemployment while the $600 a week stimulus was there. If they received the full state amount and they received the full federal amount, they would have been making the equivalent of $26.50 an hour. So they have foregone over $10 an hour during most of the duration until the additional federal supplement went away. They have foregone an extra no less than $10 an hour to care for our vulnerable populations. And these are the folks making less by working than what they would make by not working.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and gentlelady. That wasn't my question. My question was, have these folks missed a paycheck over the last several months?
Mr. Speaker and Representative, you know they have not.
Okay. Mr. Speaker and gentlelady, I do not differ with you opinion-wise with regard to these fearless and selfless workers. And I fully expect you to co-sponsor with me the living wage bill in 2021. But here's the issue. The issue is an administrative one. We are about a month away before these monies revert back. And I beg to differ, but in the negotiations for the actual bill in front of us, not the amendment, but the bill in front of us, negotiations that members of both parties have been party to, myself included, we have been told over and over again that if these funds are not essentially with the end user by the end of December, that they will revert back. So while your amendment, I think, is very well intentioned, and quite frankly, I would suggest we throw in an amendment to your amendment to provide paid sick leave, because I'm sure you'd support that as well. This is not the time for that, however. The time is going to come in January. We risk not only losing money that's already been given to us by the feds, but the reality is we are taking money from people who literally have no paycheck right now because we have to shut down the economy because this virus is out of control. The fact is, those folks will go, from a potential $1,200 payment right at Thanksgiving time, right at Christmas time, and we're going to take that away simply because simply because I think we want to make a statement here. And look, the reality is, Ms. Speaker and Gentlelady, as much as I appreciate your concern for these workers, because these workers are my family, these workers are my neighbors, these workers are people that I know and trust and admire. The reality is that, come 2021, many of us will be working on legislation to help support those folks. Right now, simply not the time. Right now, we risk losing everything else for the sake of this amendment. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to oppose the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Gentlelady.
Thank you. Next, I have on the list the gentleman from Doñana, Representative Small.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, does a gentlelady from Grant, Hidalgo, and Sierra yield?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I yield to my neighbor from Doñana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, gentlelady. Mr. Speaker, gentlelady, I wanted to just ask a couple of quick questions. Mr. Speaker, gentlelady, as we've heard, there's been a significant back and forth and bipartisan work in crafting this legislation. Have you, I think someone asked this question earlier, I wasn't sure if it was clear. Have you brought this proposal to either the administration or others outside of today, Mr. Gentlelady?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Small. The members of the minority did not see this bill. This is the version 8 of the bill. When did we receive this? We received version 1, I believe, on Saturday. And the communications were between our leadership. I do not have, no. But what I do know is that the FIR, which was written by the Legislative Finance Committee staff and has input from the members, that would be the state employees who would implement this, is that there is no reversion of dollars. And we are not, it is clear in this bill that we are not going to throw out every clause in this bill if we give essential workers $600. This is not no income for folks who are unemployed. It is less of a one-time bump. So it's a $600 bump instead of a $1,200 bump, and then giving $600 to essential workers. But the FIR clearly states that it does not revert to the feds if we do not spend it, and this is one provision, and it does not risk the whole bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, gentlelady. To be clear, my understanding, and please correct me if I'm incorrect, Mr. Speaker, gentlelady, is that this proposal has not been brought to the administration, has not been brought to any of the administering agencies, including Workforce Solutions. So that's my understanding based upon both the question previous colleagues had offered and also now. Mr. Speaker, gentlelady, I'm pleased that we now share the common understanding that there is an FIR for this legislation. That FIR was presented earlier in House Appropriations and Finance Committee, where, of course, this legislation received bipartisan support. Mr. Chair, gentlelady, my next question, and I think it goes to some of the points that have been raised earlier, is really on unemployment. And Mr. Speaker, gentlelady, is it your sense that people are on unemployment only because of public health orders?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Small. Isn't that what this special session is about? The emergency orders based on an emergency special session based on a pandemic is what we're here for.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, gentlelady. So I take it then that your sense is that all who are unemployed have either chosen to do so, and I know some of the examples that have been at least alluded to in terms of gaming the system or what have you, folks have chosen to become unemployed, Or, Mr. Speaker, gentlelady, it seems like your other reason for people being unemployed would be the public health order. And Mr. Gentlelady, I think we all know that there are folks who are unemployed now for a myriad of reasons, Mr. Gentlelady, whether that relates to our energy industry and the crushing effects of the drop in oil prices, Mr. Speaker, gentlelady, whether that relates to so many other industries that are out there that feel the effects separate from the public health order or others that have seen crushed demand for travel, crushed demand for energy, the high difficulties that healthcare workers and others have faced as the surge in need with uncertain services and the uncertain ability for folks to access services. So, Mr. Speaker, gentlelady, it may not be your understanding. My understand is that there folks are unemployed, facing crushing hardship, and Mr. Speaker, gentlelady, you know, in the community that I'm proud to come from and represent, seeing folks in very long lines for food assistance. This $1,200 one-time payment, Mr. Speaker, gentlelady, that we've heard clear testimony can be administered in a very short time frame. And there are federal guidelines. There's also, Mr. Speaker, gentlelady, it was alluded to the season we are in as folks are finding it very hard, in some cases, with the financial hardship that their family is facing. I have several issues with this amendment. I'm curious and excited to see if the proposal is returned in the 2021 regular session. And ultimately, Mr. Speaker and gentlelady, vote against this amendment because the chance for unemployed families, unemployed New Mexicans to receive a one-time $1,200 payment that can be administered within this upcoming month at a critical need when a virus is at its worst, when folks are losing family members amongst many other crushing hardships, to have that benefit, which will put less food on their table, which will do far less to help them during this time of need on an uncertain and not rigorously worked and vetted proposal with the multiple branches of government must be involved with any successful policy, regardless of whatever party we're in. Those all convince me, Mr. Speaker and gentlelady, to be excited for this idea as we look into 2021, but to be strongly convinced that it would not be appropriate at this time for this legislation. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, gentlemen. The gentlelady from Grant Hidalgo and Sierra, do you wish to modify your motion?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would like to modify my motion. I would like to, I've never done this before, so I move to, on section B, or subsection B, where it says worker compensation benefit, to strike that and replace it with the word hazard pay.
I would have to say.
Just so it will say essential worker hazard pay.
So, gentlelady, does that mean that I was right?
Mr. Speaker.
You don't have to answer that. That's okay.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to. This is what happens when you have bipartisan work on a bill. It becomes a better bill.
Okay. Wow. Thank you. Okay. So we will just, Madam Chief Clerk, why don't we just consider ourselves to be continuing to debate on the amendment with those 3 words changed, so we don't have to go through the whole thing of another vote and another rigmarole around that. So by unanimous consent, can we just allow the gentlelady to amend her motion, but we'll still be on debate of the amendment? So just for the folks following at home, and I will point out for anyone listening by computer, the amendment is online if anyone wants to see it. If you go to nmlegis.gov, up at the very top of that page, there's a section called Quick Links. Quick Links. If you click on that, then you will see down in alphabetical order the word downloads. You click on downloads, you will then see a place where you can click on floor amendments. In there you will find the gentlelady's floor amendment. We are having a technical difficulty and do not know why it's not appearing on the bill page of the website, but I wanted to let everyone know that it is published on the website. Again, you go to Quick Links, then Downloads, then Floor Amendments, and you can see it there. Okay, there is further debate. Next, we have the gentleman from Curry, Representative Crowder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentlelady please yield?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will certainly yield to Representative Crowder.
Thank you, gentlelady. I had no intention of speaking on your amendment, but you touched a nerve. And I want to speak on it a little bit now. There's one group of people that I've not heard mentioned in the debate tonight that to me is the exact group of people you're targeting. And that's the nurses' aides in the nurses' homes. My mother lived there for 16 years, died last month. Last thing she said to us on Skype, "My heart is breaking." We were not allowed to come in and see Mom in the end. They didn't let us. She died from a broken heart. She did not have COVID. But during the time we were there, we watched the aides come in and work, change the beds, help them to the bathroom, feed them, take care of them, and there were multitude of aides in that facility where my mother was. And they were minimum wage people. They were, some of them less than $10 an hour people. And when you were asked the question, did any of them miss a paycheck? I saw multitudes of them that would be in a building where one patient got it. They were exposed. They may have gone from one pod to another, and they went home and stayed 14 days, and they missed their paycheck, and they came back and went right back to work. They did not file. And so I didn't want to stand up and speak, but I support your amendment. I think it's amazing that you're looking out for that group of people. Thank you.
Thank you. There's further debate. The gentleman from Representative Anderson, the gentleman from Roswell. Nope. Then we have the gentleman from Lee, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentlelady kindly yield?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield to the representative from Lee County.
Mr. Speaker and gentlelady, I've followed this debate with a great deal of interest because it was represented that if this money cannot be distributed to those folks that do in fact need it, that it would go away forever. Is that the case?
Mr. Speaker and Representative, I don't read that anywhere in this bill. In fact, in our FIR, it's clear that our finance staff that are some of the best in the nation, they have a lot of tenure, they know what they're doing, say that every bit of our CARES Act money is accounted for. What we're doing here today is taking 4% additional out of reserves, and we are spending an additional $330 million, or whatever this ends up being. If it does revert anywhere, it's going to go to our unemployment fund, which is in dire, dire need.
So, Mr. Speaker and gentlelady, out of that $192 million, half of that would still go toward the originally intended purpose of paying additional unemployment benefits. Is that correct?
Mr. Speaker, Representative, theoretically, yes, all of these expenditures are theoretical. We are guessing how many people will apply, from the business loans to the housing to every line item in this is theoretical, but yes, you're absolutely correct. That could be the scenario.
And Mr. Speaker and gentlelady, we have no idea today whether 100,000 or 160,000 people might apply for these benefits. Is that correct?
Mr. Speaker and Representative, that's correct.
And Mr. Speaker, gentlelady, we have no idea how many essential workers might apply for these benefits. Is that correct?
Mr. Speaker and Representative, that's correct. And the example that comes to mind is the $400 million that we put aside, that we took from the severance fund, and we put aside for small business loans. And we put we put $400 million aside, and I think we've drawn down around $23 million.
So, Mr. Speaker and gentlelady, it would appear to me that the operative clause in this legislation is what happens if the money doesn't get spent. Because we don't know how many people will be making application for these funds, what happens if the money doesn't get spent?
Mr. Speaker, Representative, if the money does not get spent, we do not lose any federal CARES Act money. If the money does not get spent, it would revert to the unemployment fund, which is in a deficit, and the deficit is growing daily. If the money does not get spent, or if we don't find a mechanism, I mean, we can work here and amend it, that's what we're here for, that's what we were elected for, then we could reappropriate the funds during the session.
And Mr. Speaker, gentlelady, I believe I heard it represented that we're borrowing $70 odd million a month to backfill, if you will, that unemployment fund. So any money that doesn't get spent here would certainly serve that purpose. Would you agree?
Mr. Speaker, Representative, there's not a penny in this bill that gets reverted that would not go to an incredibly important economic recovery cause, the unemployment fund.
Mr. Speaker and gentlelady, I see no downside here. It looks to me like this is a very obvious way to expand these emergency funds. Thank you for your answers, and with that, I yield.
There's further debate. The gentleman from Chavez, Eddie, and Otero, Leader Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentlelady yield?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield to our tireless Minority Leader Townsend.
Gentlelady, I just want to make sure that those people listening and those of us that are voting on this understand this is not a tricky deal. What you're trying to do is you're trying to get some money to some people that you know are hurting. Is that correct?
Mr. Speaker, Representative, this is not a tricky deal. The $1,200 is what we're proposing, if we don't amend this, is a $1,200 one-time bump in the state unemployment. There's not an unemployment person who's going to go without any. What I am proposing is that we instead give them $600 bump instead of a $1,200 bump, so that we can recognize our tireless essential workers who have kept the state running and have cared for our family members as they pass, who have held broken infants that have been abused to the point of blindness in their arms, that they also get recognized. And they are working low income, and they are doing hard and tireless jobs. They are tired. They are risking their economic income to continue working. They're risking their family's health. And I want to help them as well and acknowledge them and say thank you. I believe this body wants to do it as well.
Thank you for that, Mr. Speaker and gentlelady. Do you believe that some of these people, because of their dedication to their profession, have continued to work at their economic deficit? I mean, would some of those on less than $15 an hour have been better off to go on unemployment?
Mr. Speaker, Representative, every single one of them would have been financially better off to go on unemployment. And I'm not calling that gaming the system. I'm not going to begrudge someone for the choices they make for their family. I've seen essential workers choose to leave their employment and buy a reliable car. I'm not judging that. So the implication that I'm suggesting people are gaming the system is not at all accurate. What I'm saying is exactly, I'm agreeing with you, these people are so dedicated to the population they serve. And they know if they leave, someone else may not come in their place, that they're exposing themselves and their family to financial and health hardships, and they're continuing to work, and they need to be recognized.
Well, I understand, Mr. Speaker and Gentlelady, that the Senate is right in the middle of this debate, and the amendment that you offered matched the amendment that they just passed, so we would be synced. I agree with you, Gentlelady, Mr. Speaker, that this process has failed to recognize the dedication of a lot of people. Many of them, like Representative Crowder had spoken to, and many other people in the body. I know Representative Martinez spoke of his dedication to those people. So I believe you have an amendment that will help more people in New Mexico, many people who haven't been helped, many people who deserve to be helped, and I look forward to supporting your amendment. Thank you for bringing it forward.
There's further debate. The gentleman from Bernalillo and Sandoval, Representative Eli.
Mr. Speaker, will the gentlelady yield?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hesitantly yield to Representative Eli.
Thank you, gentlelady. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So in the time that the debate's been going on, I did a little homework. And I checked with the person that would actually be setting this up, the Secretary of Workforce Development, Secretary McCamley. So these are his words, and he told me I could use it. This is impossible. He cannot set up this program in time. It would take at least 4 weeks to set up. Won't happen. He needs to set up IT, anti-fraud, he gets grants for doing this, sometimes as much as $1 million. Those grants would not be available. The only impact that this would have, and it's otherwise a good idea, but by doing it this way and not being able to implement this program, is that you would reduce the unemployment benefits for a large number of people from 1,200 to 600. That's the reality of rushing a program like this, where we're not gonna have the time to set it up. No money's gonna go out to help the people that we all wanna help. But I just thought that the body and the gentlelady would wanna know that I believe this is a good idea and has merit, but we can't do it this way. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, gentlelady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative. It's always intimidating to go up against a seasoned lawyer when I'm simply an early childhood worker.
There's further debate. The gentlelady from Los Alamos, Rio Arriba, Sandoval, and Santa Fe, Representative Chandler.
I passed, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, then we have the gentlelady from Bernalillo, Representative Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, and will the gentlelady yield, please?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I yield.
I agree. Thank you. Whoops. Sorry, I lost my screen for a second here. I still lost it. Okay. I agree with Representative Eli's comments. This is certainly an idea that has merit, but I get really concerned when I hear the words essential workers combined with the word low paid. And I think that ought to be an oxymoron. And I think what your proposal really points out is the need to pay a living wage to anyone doing an essential job in this kind of a situation. And that is a minimum wage problem. And that is, as Representative Martinez mentioned, something that we can take up, and we could take up on a bipartisan basis in the January session and get it right and pay people what they should be paid for doing these incredibly difficult and essential jobs. And I hope that maybe that's something that can be pursued, because I certainly agree with you that we are underpaying some really key and important people in our state. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Matthews. And I think that, it's come up a lot that we're not paying essential workers what they're worth. I hope that the new members and the folks that are listening realize that these folks are usually they're also serving vulnerable populations, low-income families who are on disability, seniors who are in our state-funded facilities, babies who are in our state-funded childcare facilities. And the contract fees that we provide for those services do not cover the minimum wage. So simply passing on a living wage mandate to those people who are contracted or the small businesses, we're not adequately funding those in our state budget. So what I was trying to do here was to use federal dollars rather than when we come back in 2021, it's going to have to come out of the depletion of our general fund or off the backs of our small businesses who cannot take on the burden of making on the unemployment fund, along with paid maternity leave, along with paid sick leave, and along with an unfunded minimum wage increase. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, gentlelady, that perhaps what your comments are correct, and perhaps we need to figure out what our priorities need to be, and that includes our priorities and are willing to be taxed to pay people what we should pay them. Thank you.
Thank you. The gentlelady from Bernalillo, Leader Stapleton.
Mr. Speaker, this motion having been under consideration for 3 hours, I now move that debate ceased.
Okay, is there objection? Hearing none, debate is closed. The gentlelady from McKinley and San Juan to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the body for a
Point of
very
order.
full debate. It is very, very good to hear all of this. And with that being said, I now move a due pass on House Bill 1 as amended.
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
State your point.
We have a motion pending on the table, which is preceding this motion that the gentlelady from McKinley just spoke on. So we need to clear the table with this first amendment and then go to the main motion.
Gentlemen, we have two pending motions. The motion made by the gentlelady at the start of debate and a motion to amend. And the gentlelady from Bernalillo has moved to close debate on the motion to pass the bill. I've conferred with council service, and the rule is clear when any motion, meaning the motion from the gentlelady of McKinley and San Juan, shall have been under debate for 3 hours, it is proper to close debate. She has moved to close debate and to proceed to vote on that measure, which is what we're going to do.
Mr. Speaker, you rewrote it. You had assured me a roll call vote, Mr. Speaker.
We are not to the point of taking a vote on your amendment. The vote, we're on final passage of House Bill 1.
Point of order.
As amended, the vote is now open.
Point of order.
How do I vote?
Representative Akil.
I vote yes.
Representative Akil votes yes. Representative Alcorn.
Yes.
Representative Alcorn votes yes. Representative Allison.
Yes.
Representative Allison votes yes. Representative Anderson.
No.
Representative Anderson votes no. Representative Deborah Armstrong.
Yes.
Representative Deborah Armstrong votes yes. Representative Gail Armstrong.
Yes.
Representative Gail Armstrong votes yes. Representative Baldonado. Representative Baldonado? I'll come back to you. Representative Bandy?
Yes.
Representative Bandy votes yes. Representative Baroni?
Yes.
Representative Baroni votes yes. Representative Bash?
Yes.
Representative Bash votes yes. Representative Black?
Yes.
Representative Black votes yes. Representative Brown?
Pass.
Does that mean you want me to come back to you?
Yes, please.
Okay. Representative Cadena?
Yes.
Representative Cadena votes yes. Representative Chandler?
Yes.
Representative Chandler votes yes. Representative Chasey?
Yes.
Representative Chasey votes yes. Representative Chatfield.
No.
Representative Chatfield votes no. Representative Cook. Representative Cook votes no. Representative Crowder.
No.
Representative Crowder votes no. Representative De La Cruz.
Yes.
Representative De La Cruz votes yes. Representative Dow.
House Bill 1.
Representative Eli.
Yes.
Representative Eli votes yes. Representative Ezell.
Pass.
Representative Fajardo.
Thank you. I am unclear on what the motion is on the table.
We're on final passage of House Bill 1 as amended.
Vote yes.
Representative Fajardo votes yes. Representative Ferrari.
Yes.
Representative Ferrari votes yes. Representative Figueroa.
Yes.
Representative Figueroa votes yes. Representative David Gallegos.
If my mic works, I'll vote no.
Representative David Gallegos votes no. Representative Doreen Gallegos.
Yes.
Representative Doreen Gallegos votes yes. Representative Harry Garcia.
Yes.
Representative Harry Garcia votes yes. Representative Miguel Garcia.
Yes.
Representative Miguel Garcia votes yes. Representative Garrett.
Yes.
Representative Garrett votes yes. Representative Harper. Representative Herrera.
Yes.
Representative Herrera votes yes. Representative Hockman V. Hill.
Yes.
Representative Hockman V. Hill votes yes. Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Johnson votes yes. Representative Lara.
Yes.
Representative Lara votes yes. Representative Lente.
Yes.
Representative Lente votes yes. Representative Tim Lewis.
Yes.
Representative Tim Lewis votes yes. Representative Georgine Lewis.
Yes.
Representative Georgine Lewis votes yes. Representative Lujan.
Yes.
Representative Lujan votes yes. Representative Lundstrom.
Yes.
Representative Lundstrom votes yes. Representative Madrid.
Yes.
Representative Madrid votes yes. Representative Maestas.
Yes.
Representative Maestas votes yes. Representative Javier Martinez.
Yes.
Representative Javier Martinez votes yes. Representative Rodolfo Martinez.
Yes.
Representative Rodolfo Martinez votes yes. Representative Matthews.
Yes.
Representative Matthews votes yes. Representative McQueen.
Yes.
Representative McQueen votes yes. Representative Montoya.
No, and I'd like to explain my vote.
Representative Montoya votes no. Representative Nybert.
No.
Representative Nybert votes no. Representative Paldrell Colbert. No. Representative Paldrell Colbert votes no. Representative Ream.
No, and I'd like to explain my vote.
Representative Ream votes no. Representative Andrea Romero.
Yes.
Representative Andrea Romero votes yes. Representative G. Andres Romero.
Yes.
Representative G. Andres Romero votes yes. Representative Roybal Caballero.
I vote yes.
Representative Roybal Caballero votes yes. Representative Rubio.
Yes.
Representative Rubio votes yes. Representative Salazar.
Yes.
Representative Salazar votes yes. Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez votes yes. Representative Sarniana.
Yes.
Representative Sarniana votes yes. Representative Schmades.
No.
Representative Schmades votes no. Representative Scott.
No.
Representative Scott votes no. Representative Serrato.
Yes.
Representative Serrato votes yes. Representative Small.
Yes.
Representative Small votes yes. Representative Stansbury.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I vote yes.
Representative Stansbury votes yes. Representative Stapleton.
Yes.
Representative Stapleton votes yes.
Mr. Speaker, point of order, look at Rule 20-3.
Gentlemen, we are in the middle of a roll call vote. You can state a point later.
And you need to look at Rule 20-3 because the first motion needs to be cleared before the second motion.
The clerk, please continue.
Representative Strickler. Representative Strickler votes no. Representative Sweetser.
Yes.
Representative Sweetser votes yes. Representative Thompson.
Yes.
Representative Thompson votes yes. Representative Townsend. Representative Trujillo.
Yes.
Representative Trujillo votes yes. Representative Zamora.
Yes.
Representative Zamora votes yes. Representative Baldonado. Yes. Representative Baldonado votes yes. Representative Brown.
Pass.
Representative Dow.
Pass.
Representative Ezell.
Pass.
Representative Harper. Representative Townsend. Yes. Yes, they passed over them twice. I would think they need to vote, because we just go round and round and round and round. And I still need your vote too.
All right, so we're going to go back through pursuant to Rule 7-3. The members who have previously passed are required to vote, or they will be noted as present.
Mr. Speaker, could you repeat that? We cannot hear you.
Yes, pursuant to Rule 7-3, we will go back to the members who have passed. All of those who have passed and who do not vote during this will be noted as present in the journal, pursuant to Rule 7-3.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlemen, you can state a point after the roll call is closed. The clerk to call back on those who have previously passed.
My point of order is on your ruling, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlemen, you can challenge the ruling of the chair after the roll call is closed.
Representative Brown.
I vote no, and I would like to explain my vote.
Representative Brown votes no. Representative Dow.
I vote yes, and I'd like to explain myself.
Representative Dow votes yes. Representative Ezell.
Yes, and I would like to explain my vote.
Representative Ezell votes yes. Representative Harper.
Well, since we're throwing the rules out and just using them when we would like, I'll explain myself now and then vote. Mr. Speaker, you have made a mockery of this body and of the rules. You are choosing to use the rules that you want, and I'm choosing to use the rules when I want. Mr. Speaker, I'm disgusted with you and how you run this body. There was nothing wrong with going to closing remarks by Representative Dow and voting on that and voting on the bill. But you again are a bully and use that chair to suit your whims. I vote yes. Thank you.
Representative Harper votes yes. Representative Townsend.
Mr. Speaker and gentlelady, unfortunately, I'm going to vote no because of the way this has been handled. I wanted to support the bill. I appreciate what has happened, but this is just a shenanigan that is improper, unethical, and certainly not transparent.
Representative Townsend votes no. Speaker Egolf?
Yes.
Speaker Egolf votes yes.
The vote is now closed.
Mr. Speaker, based on the point of
Gentlemen,
order,
would you please wait so I can announce the vote? That is proper procedure.
as long as you'll listen to the
By a
point of
vote
order.
56 in the affirmative, 14 in the negative, House Bill 1 as amended has passed the House. Gentlelady from Bernalillo?
Mr. Speaker, you know.
We're going to go to announcements, and you can state your point.
What about those who wish to explain ourselves?
Mr.
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
I asked to.
Members.
Mr. Speaker,
Two announcements, and then we will have the members who wish to explain their vote do so. And then we've got members that wish to state their point, but we are going to go to that next order of business announcements and
Mr. Speaker, I move that we go to the next order of business, announcements and miscellaneous business.
Mr. Speaker,
It is so ordered. Okay, we now have a list of several members who wish to explain their vote. The first that I took down was Representative Montoya. As we do that, I wish to turn the members' attention to the rule book. Rule 20-2 states, a motion to close debate shall be on, a motion to close debate shall not be amendable or debatable and shall be immediately put. Rule 20-3 says if the motion to close debate receives an affirmative vote of a majority of the members present, the pending measure shall take precedence over all other business. The vote shall thereupon be taken upon the bill, motion, or resolution with such amendments as may be pending at the time of such debates. The amendment pending was House Floor Amendment number 1. The gentlelady from Bernalillo made a motion to close debate on the gentlelady from McKinley and San Juan's motion to pass the bill. That was immediately put.
And then go to 7.
That was the decision of the chair, and we consulted with council service about this bill as well. So the proper process would not be to cast aspersions, but it would be to challenge the ruling of the chair, which was not done at the time. But we can state a point. But we have, it's just to the member's preference, I suppose. Do we want to explain a vote, or do we want to recognize the gentleman from Chavez and Lincoln to state a point? It's Leader Townsend, why don't you make a decision on whether we want to have votes explained or go to the gentleman from Chavez and Lincoln?
Or both.
Well, we can't do them both at the same time, gentlemen, so we got to do one first. And I'm going to your floor leader to see which we'd like to do.
Representative Nybert.
The gentleman from Chavez and Lincoln.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you go down to 20-7, I believe we need to clear the table of all pending motions before you get back to the main motion. That's the whole idea behind these rules that affect this house and the house adjacent to us. You have to clear in order the things that are before this body. And if there's any pending motions, you have to take care of those, and then you get back to the main motion. So the close of debate, we aren't contesting your ruling that debate closed, but we had to clear the table of the pending motion, the amendment, before we got back to the main motion. And the vote that was taken was out of order because we should have voted on the amendment first and then the main motion. That's the point that we were making, sir. And we would like you to rule on that procedure, and we would prefer that we vote on the amendment and then go to the main motion, sir.
Roll call on what? I mean, gentlemen from Chavez and Lincoln, are you making a motion? Are you?
I did not understand what you said, sir.
You stopped speaking, and many members of your caucus asked for a roll call, and I don't know what they're asking for a roll call on.
Sir, what I asked, Mr. Speaker, is that we go back and we take the pending amendment that was on the table at the time, that we immediately vote on that. Once that's cleared off the table, then we go to the main motion that was before this body. But we have to clear the table of all pending motions before we can get back to the main motion. Otherwise, we have a motion out there and no action by this body. So we'd like a ruling on that, and we'd like to go back in time.
So I believe, based on advice from council service, that the action was correct to take action on the motion from the gentlelady from Bernalillo to close debate on the motion to pass House Bill 1. We can, if you make a motion to challenge that decision, I suppose we can put that to a vote.
We certainly would, Mr. Speaker, challenge your decision to go to the main motion before you cleared the table with the amendment that was on the table.
Okay, so we'll go to the parliamentarian, the gentleman from Bernalillo and Sandoval, to speak to the issue.
So, Mr. Speaker, the rule is frankly in conflict. I'm looking at it. The motion to debate shall be amenable or debatable and shall be put to immediately. And that takes precedent over all other bills. That's what the rule says. That's 20-2 and 20-3. 20-7, I think, is inconsistent with that. And so you take the motion that is the precedential motion, that's the motion that's then decided, it's put to the body. We can now decide on the ruling of the chair as to whether he was correct or not, but I do think the rules are in conflict.
Mr. Speaker, we would disagree.
You have your motion ready to go up on the board. It is a motion to challenge my decision.
Mr. Speaker, further discussion.
The gentleman from San Juan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 20-2 only states that the motion to close debate is not debatable. Mr. Speaker, what you did was go beyond that and then make it to where there was no vote, which would be ignoring 20-7, Mr. Speaker, ignoring 20-7. We actually called the Legislative Council Services, and 20-7 was not part of what his decision was made on, from what I understand. The only thing that was brought up was 20-2, which states that the motion to suspend debate is not debatable. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a clear violation. It's not ambiguous, not whatsoever. And so, Mr. Speaker, whatever we pass out of here today is going to be completely illegitimate. And I am very disappointed, Mr. Speaker, in the blatant effort to once again ignore the rules, try and with lawyer talk us through a quick discussion on this when we are wasting more time on this when we could have already voted on the motion. And Mr. Speaker, we all in this room know very well it is proper not to ignore 20-7. All 20-2 says is to end debate, Mr. Speaker, and that was proper. No one is debating that on this side. What we are debating is we are then ignoring the rest of the rule book, which says any motion that is on the table has to be cleared from the table first. And Mr. Speaker, I think that the New Mexico public can understand that. It is very clear, both, they're not in contradiction, Mr. Speaker. We can end debate with 20-2, but then we have to clear any motion that is on the floor. That is clear from 20-7. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, if I may.
All right, the gentleman from Bernalillo and Sandoval.
Mr. Speaker?
I recognize
Thank
the
you, Mr.
gentleman from
Speaker.
Bernalillo and Sandoval, Representative Eli.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I understand as a matter of comedy that we may work this out, but I do want to walk you through this because it's taken me a little time to look at it. Because it doesn't make sense if you don't put it together this way. The motion to close debate shall not be amenable or debatable and shall be immediately put. So you have to do that motion first. So the question is, what impact does that have? That's what 20-7 is trying to address. What 20-7 is saying is, all incidental questions or orders or motions pending at the time of such motion is made to close debate. Whether there be an appeal or not shall be decided without debate. So what that means is, you don't go back and finish up any amendments, or the rule would say that. 20-2 would say, finish everything that's on the table first before you close the debate. The only way you can read those rules together is to look at 20-2 and say, you've got to immediately vote on the motion to close debate, and anything that's incidental is wiped off without debate. That's the only way you can put those together. Otherwise, they are in conflict.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And Mr. Speaker, we never had a motion to close debate.
Speaking with the gentleman from Chavez, Eddie and Otero. There is a good faith disagreement about the rules, but here's what we're going to do, and I've already described this to the gentleman from Chavez, Eddie and Otero. I'm going to accept a motion from the gentlelady from Bernalillo to reconsider the passage of House Bill 1. We're going to go back to the final passage. We are going to take a vote on the amendment, which I think will be a tabling motion, and then we'll take a vote on final passage of the bill. No one is perfect, and I was following the rules as I understood them, but we don't need to have the kinds of statements that we heard on the floor, and I hope that members understand that our willingness to go back and do this so that we are doing it in a way that everyone on your side of the aisle thinks is right and fair and appropriate. So we're going to go back and redo it so that we don't have any questions or concerns that it was done correctly. The gentleman from Chavez, Eddie and Otero, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for doing that. I would just, to prevent this from reoccurring, in the event, we have never done this in the 6 years that I've been in any session, this has never been done. So I would suggest that if you get in that point again, where you have to call edge counsel, that you, at that very moment, you include the minority and majority leaders so that we don't have this kind of problem. I think that would be, but I do appreciate you going back. I could not disagree more with Representative Eli. I think, I believe he's really, really wrong on that. But I appreciate what he said, and I appreciate you going back. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, the gentlelady from
Mr. Speaker,
Bernalillo.
can I ask for a point of...
There's a voice from the sky. Who is speaking?
I withdraw it, Mr. Speaker. It was Representative Small, and I withdraw it.
Yeah, gentlelady from Bernalillo.
Mr. Speaker, I move to reconsider the action that we took on House Bill 1, that we made on House Bill 1.
Is there objection? Hearing none, the motion carries. Gentlelady.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we go to the third reading of legislation.
Seeing no objection is so ordered. Gentlelady from Bernalillo.
Mr. Speaker, I move to table the amendment.
Okay, and we did ask for a roll call on that, so just give us a second. Okay, the vote to table is not debatable. I don't think we have any disagreement about that. Leader Townsend? Okay, everyone's in agreement on that, so this is not a debatable motion. A vote of yes, and the amendment will be tabled. A vote of no, and we'll be back on the amendment. The clerk to call the roll.
Representative Akil.
I vote yes to table, and I'll explain my vote.
Representative Akil votes yes. Representative Alcon.
Yes to table.
Representative Alcon votes yes. Representative Allison.
Yes to table.
Representative Allison votes yes. Representative Anderson.
No.
Representative Anderson votes no. Representative Deborah Armstrong.
Yes to table.
Representative Deborah Armstrong votes yes. Representative Gail Armstrong.
No to table.
Representative Gail Armstrong votes no. Representative Baldonado. Representative Baldonado votes no. Representative Bandy.
No.
Representative Bandy votes no. Representative Baroni.
Yes.
Representative Baroni votes yes. Representative Bash.
Yes to table.
Representative Bash votes yes. Representative Black.
No.
Representative Black votes no. Representative Brown.
No to table.
Representative Brown votes no. Representative Cadena.
Yes to table.
Representative Cadena votes yes. Representative Chandler.
Yes.
Representative Chandler votes yes. Representative Chasey.
Yes to table.
Representative Chasey votes yes. Representative Chatfield.
No to,
I'm sorry,
no to table.
thank you. Representative Chatfield votes no. Representative Cook. Representative Cook votes no. Representative Crowder.
No to table.
Representative Crowder votes no. Representative De La Cruz.
Yes to table.
Representative De La Cruz votes yes. Representative Dow.
Representative Dow votes no to table.
Representative Dow votes no. Representative Eli.
Yes to table.
Representative Eli votes yes. Representative Ezell.
No.
Representative Ezell votes no. Representative Fajardo.
No to table.
Representative Fajardo votes no. Representative Ferrari.
Yes to table.
Representative Ferrari votes yes. Representative Figueroa.
Yes to table.
Representative Figueroa votes yes. Representative David Gallegos.
No to table.
Representative David Gallegos votes no. Representative Doreen Gallegos.
Yes to table.
Representative Doreen Gallegos votes yes. Representative Harry Garcia.
Yes to table.
Representative Harry Garcia votes yes. Representative Miguel Garcia.
Yes.
Representative Miguel Garcia votes yes. Representative Garrett.
Yes to table.
Representative Garrett votes yes. Representative Harper. Representative Harper votes no. Representative Herrera.
Yes to table.
Representative Herrera votes yes. Representative Hockman V. Hill.
Yes to table.
Representative Hockman V. Hill votes yes. Representative Johnson.
Yes to table.
Representative Johnson votes yes. Representative Lara.
Yes.
Representative Lara votes yes. Representative Lente.
Yes.
Representative Lente votes yes. Representative Tim Lewis.
No to table.
Representative Tim Lewis votes no. Representative Georgine Lewis.
Yes.
Representative Georgine Lewis votes yes. Representative Lujan.
Yes to table.
Representative Lujan votes yes. Representative Lundstrom.
Yes to table.
Representative Lundstrom votes yes. Representative Madrid.
Yes to table.
Representative Madrid votes yes. Representative Maestas.
Yes.
Representative Maestas votes yes. Representative Javier Martinez.
Yes.
Representative Javier Martinez votes yes. Representative Rodolfo Martinez.
Yes to table.
Representative Rodolfo Martinez votes yes. Representative Matthews.
Yes to table.
Representative Matthews votes yes. Representative McQueen.
Yes.
Representative McQueen votes yes. Representative Montoya.
No to table.
Representative Montoya votes no. Representative Nybert.
No to table.
Representative Nybert votes no. Representative Paldrell Colbert.
No to table.
Representative Paldwell Colbert votes no. Representative Ream.
No to table. Thank you.
Representative Ream votes no. Representative Andrea Romero.
Yes to table.
Representative Andrea Romero votes yes. Representative G. Andres Romero.
Yes to table.
Representative G. Andres Romero votes yes. Representative Roybal Caballero.
Yes to table.
Representative Roybal Caballero votes yes. Representative Rubio.
Yes to table.
Representative Rubio votes yes. Representative Salazar.
Yes.
Representative Salazar votes yes. Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez votes yes. Representative Sarniana.
Yes to table.
Representative Sarniana votes yes. Representative Schmades.
No.
Representative Schmades votes no. Representative Scott.
No to table.
Representative Scott votes no. Representative Serrato.
Thank you. Yes to table.
Representative Serrato votes yes. Representative Small.
Yes.
Representative Small votes yes. Representative Stansberry.
Yes to table.
Representative Stansberry votes yes. Representative Stapleton.
Yes to table.
Representative Stapleton votes yes. Representative Strickler. Representative Strickler votes no. Representative Sweetser.
Yes.
Representative Sweetser votes yes. Representative Thompson.
Yes.
Representative Thompson votes yes. Representative Townsend. Representative Townsend votes no. Representative Trujillo.
Yes to table.
Representative Trujillo votes yes. Representative Zamora.
No to table.
Representative Zamora votes no. Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker votes yes.
By a vote of 46 in the affirmative, 24 in the negative, the motion to table passes. The gentlelady from McKinley and San Juan to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to again thank the body for a wonderful discussion. This is a piece of legislation that we can all be proud of. It will help the people that need the most help, those that need unemployment help, those that need business help, food services, and other general assistance. I also, Mr. Speaker, in this closing would like to wish the entire body a safe and wonderful Thanksgiving holiday with your families. And with that being said, I do now move a due pass for House Bill 1 as amended.
We're on final passage of House Bill 1 as amended. The vote is now open.
Representative Akil.
I vote yes.
Representative Akil votes yes. Representative Alcon.
Yes.
Representative Alcon votes yes. Representative Allison.
Yes.
Representative Allison votes yes. Representative Anderson.
No.
Representative Anderson votes no. Representative Deborah Armstrong.
Yes.
Representative Deborah Armstrong votes yes. Representative Gail Armstrong.
Yes.
Representative Gail Armstrong votes yes. Representative Baldonado. I'll come back to him. Representative Bandy.
Yes, and I'd like to explain my vote.
Representative Bandy votes yes. Representative Baroni.
Yes.
Representative Baroni votes yes. Representative Bash.
Yes.
Representative Bash votes yes. Representative Black.
Yes.
Representative Black votes yes. Representative Brown.
Yes, and I would like to explain my vote.
Representative Brown votes yes. Representative Cadena.
Yes.
Representative Cadena votes yes. Representative Chandler.
Yes.
Representative Chandler votes yes. Representative Chasey.
Yes.
Representative Chasey votes yes. Representative Chatfield.
No.
Representative Chatfield votes no. Representative Cook. Representative Cook votes no. Representative Crowder.
No.
Representative Crowder votes no. Representative De La Cruz.
Yes.
Representative De La Cruz votes yes. Representative Dow.
I'm voting yes, and I wish to explain myself.
Representative Dow votes yes. Representative Eli.
Representative Eli votes yes.
Representative Eli votes yes. Representative Ezell.
I vote yes, and I would like to explain my vote.
Representative Ezell votes yes. Representative Fajardo.
I vote yes.
Representative Fajardo votes yes. Representative Ferrari.
I vote yes.
Representative Ferrari votes yes. Representative Figueroa.
Yes.
Representative Figueroa votes yes. Representative David Gallegos.
Pass.
Representative Doreen Gallegos.
Yes.
Representative Doreen Gallegos votes yes. Representative Harry Garcia.
Yes.
Representative Harry Garcia votes yes. Representative Miguel Garcia.
Yes.
Representative Miguel Garcia votes yes. Representative Garrett. Representative Garrett.
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Garrett votes yes. Representative Harper. Representative Harper votes yes. Representative Herrera.
Yes.
Representative Herrera votes yes. Representative Hockman V. Hill.
Yes.
Representative Hockman V. Hill votes yes. Representative Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Johnson votes yes. Representative Lara.
Yes.
Representative Lara votes yes. Representative Lente.
Yes.
Representative Lente votes yes. Representative Tim Lewis. Representative Tim Lewis votes yes. Representative Georgine Lewis.
Yes.
Representative Georgine Lewis votes yes. Representative Lujan.
Yes.
Representative Lujan votes yes. Representative Lundstrom.
Yes.
Representative Lundstrom votes yes. Representative Madrid.
Yes.
Representative Madrid votes yes. Representative Maestas.
Yes.
Representative Maestas votes yes. Representative Javier Martinez.
Yes.
Representative Javier Martinez votes yes. Representative Rodolfo Martinez. Was that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Rodolfo Martinez votes a yes. Representative Matthews.
Yes.
Representative Matthews votes yes. Representative McQueen.
Yes.
Representative McQueen votes yes. Representative Montoya.
No, and I'd like to explain my vote.
Representative Montoya votes no. Representative Nybert.
I vote yes and would like to explain my vote.
Representative Nybert votes yes. Representative Padrell Colbert.
No.
Representative Padrell Colbert votes no. Representative Ream.
I vote no, and I'd like to explain my vote.
Representative Ream votes no. Representative Andrea Romero.
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes, absolutely yes.
Thank you. Representative Andrea Romero votes yes. Representative G. Andres Romero.
Yes.
Representative G. Andres Romero votes yes. Representative Roybal Caballero.
Yes.
Representative Roybal Caballero votes yes. Representative Rubio.
Yes.
Representative Rubio votes yes. Representative Salazar.
Yes.
Representative Salazar votes yes. Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez votes yes. Representative Sariñana.
Yes.
Representative Sariñana votes yes. Representative Schmades.
No.
Representative Schmades votes no. Representative Scott.
No.
Representative Scott votes no. Representative Serrato.
Yes.
Representative Serrato votes yes. Representative Small.
Yes.
Representative Small votes yes. Representative Stansbury.
Yes.
Representative Stansbury votes yes. Representative Stapleton.
Yes.
Representative Stapleton votes yes. Representative Strickler. Representative Strickler votes no. Representative Sweetser.
Yes.
Representative Sweetser votes yes. Representative Thompson.
Yes.
Representative Thompson votes yes. Representative Townsend. Representative Townsend votes yes. Representative Trujillo.
Yes.
Representative Trujillo votes yes. Representative Zamora.
Yes.
Representative Zamora votes yes. Representative Baldonado. Representative Baldonado votes yes. Representative David Gallegos.
No, and I'd like to explain my vote.
Representative David Gallegos votes no. Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
Mr. Speaker votes yes.
Vote is now closed. By a vote of 59 in the affirmative, 11 in the negative, House Bill 1, as amended, has duly passed the House again. I heard at least two people who want to explain their votes. The gentleman from San Juan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I voted yes on this bill. I don't think the bill is perfect, but rarely do we have a bill that I think is perfect. But what I really want to say is that the only thing that keeps this House from looking like a rugby scrum is the rule book. And the rules are made to assure that the will of the majority is accomplished, but the rights of the minority are protected. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say how much I appreciate you willing to reconsider that vote and to do what I think was the right call on the rules. And I think you'd be commended on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, gentlemen. Was there someone else who wished to explain their vote? The gentlelady from Grant, Hidalgo, and Sierra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I voted yes on the bill. I believe that based on principle, based on the timing of the calling of this session, the week of Thanksgiving, on the premise of when it was presented to the minority, on the process of the last couple of days, and on this floor, I could vote no based on, I would give it a pretty bad score on governance. I too want to thank you for going back and changing that, but I couldn't vote no because I couldn't treat the people of New Mexico the way I feel like I was treated in this chamber, but I'm accepting that it was corrected. There's a lot of people who need help and are going to get help because we passed this bill, and they're in these circumstances, whether they're small businesses, whether they're mom and pop shops, whether they are individuals or nonprofits, because of no fault of their own, and we created it, and so we need to fix it. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlelady. The gentlelady from Eddy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was initially against this bill when I saw the .1 version. I asked for a change in the bill and was pleased to see that it showed up in the .8 version. And I thought that was a really important change, and I really did truly appreciate the compromise, or at least the willingness to work together. In House Appropriations, I voted in favor of the bill, and I was set to vote for it again on the floor as a yes vote, but the procedural wrangling we just had, I found very distasteful. I think the representative from Grant, Hidalgo, and Sierra was mistreated. The rule 20-7 was not followed. And I'm just dismayed that that happened. And I believe it was very discourteous to her as well. But because of the reconsideration, I did vote for the bill. It's, as has been stated, not a perfect bill, but I think it's something that's going to mean a lot to a lot of people right now. Thank you.
The gentlelady from Chavez.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I did vote in favor of this bill, and you bet it by no means is it a perfect bill. But there are people out there that are struggling, especially with the closure of grocery stores, and that was through no fault of theirs. And our state has come to this crisis that it's at through no fault of theirs. And they do not have food in their refrigerator or pantries. But yet we are paying some of our secretaries and their staffs to take care of business, but we are rewarding them to do the job that they were sworn in to do. but we are rewarding them with money that could go to these families throughout our state that could actually put it to good use. Mr. Speaker, what's wrong with the system that we have right now whenever our departments are making money that should be going to our most vulnerable citizens? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Gentlelady. The gentleman from Bernalillo.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. This was extremely difficult to go ahead and take a no vote, but I want to go ahead and explain why. I realize that we've got basically $300 million we've got to spend in a month, and I don't want to see it return to the feds. And I don't want this no vote to be construed that I'm not sensitive to supporting our unemployed workers. They're hurting, they need assistance, and we need to help them. But right now, there's many businesses that are just barely hanging on, and some of those owners have contacted me. And while we sent money to those businesses, we don't even know what the rules are for them to qualify to receive that money. Some businesses haven't even been open during the pandemic. When you look at the Restaurant Association, the time they're open is measured in weeks, not months. And this legislation did not reward those workers who stayed at work. And who we're talking about is gas station attendants, grocery store workers, medical staff. And then I have business owners contacting me and telling me that they have workers who won't come back to work because they're making more money on unemployment. And it's a shame that the amount of money is discouraging them from returning to work. The first time I saw this legislation was Friday, version 1. And while there's been some compromise, this morning, when I came in the chamber, I received version 8. And so, had we worked on this longer, I think we could have made a better bill. I appreciate the compromise that did occur over the weekend. I kind of question why we waited this late to come and meet to spend this money. I mean, this should have been done, months ago, to go ahead and plan ahead, give time for this to occur. When we're looking at 1 month, I don't know. Do you just throw the money up in the air and see who grabs it? It's going to be difficult. One of the biggest problems I have is the unemployment insurance fund. Currently, we're over 70 million a month in the red. And we did nothing to try to shore that fund up. When we look at our last special session, we said, well, we're going to try to give business a help. We will go ahead and say that they won't raise the rates until July of 2021. What we asked for is let's extend that 1 more year. We, the legislature, are going to have to come in and help shore up that fund. As I said, many businesses are just barely hanging on, and this could be the end that puts them over. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the time, and everyone have a great Thanksgiving and a Merry Christmas.
Who's next? Gentleman from Chavez and Lincoln, did you want to explain your vote?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just briefly, I too echo the comments that have been made. This action today and the work that's been done over the past few days by those in leadership and the Appropriations Committee, I think highlight the need that we need to be involved in these extended emergency orders. And I agree that bringing us together 2 days before a significant holiday, I don't want to attribute ill motive to it, but it seems like if we had had a position at the table throughout this thing, we wouldn't be here at the last hour deciding whether we can do this in 24 days or 30 days and have things in place for the right form to be filled out or this or that. And it really saddens me that we weren't able to help the New Mexicans who have worked hard through this pandemic and have gone to work day in and day out, and yet we're ignoring them in this legislation. But I am proud that we're able to help those who are needing the help the most, as well as the businesses that are barely hanging on and those that have had to close their door because of government action, not because of their own action. And it really highlights the need for us as a legislative body to be more engaged in this process, and I hope that we can get to that point as we reconvene in January and as we deal with those issues, because I don't think this virus is magically going away in the next 45 days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Lee.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for acknowledging me. I'd like to start by stating the reason I voted no, and this bill has some really good parts, but I just wanted to clarify there's some items in there. I appreciate early on that we are having some discussions while we've been here at the Capitol. I understand this is a bipartisan bill, but I got to see, like my colleagues, number 1 and number 8, so I don't know how, I don't think we were addressed in the making of the bill. But I do want, for my last vote in the House, to be able to say that I think the rules of the House are made to give level playing field. And as you saw here today, it did not happen that way. And I want to apologize to Representative Gallegos I was pretty upset earlier. I lashed out at her because I think, and it's a continuous thing, because I'm Hispanic, the speakers always looked over me. Representative Dow's right there, Representative Crowder's here. I have to wave my hand or stand in the chair. Maybe it's because I'm small. But as my last point in the House, I hope that you guys would start paying attention to the rule and hold the speaker accountable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from San Juan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just quickly, I wanted to once again thank the Speaker for going back, and I think at the very least allowing a much smoother way to handle business to go back and have that vote. I do appreciate that, and I want to thank the Speaker for doing so. On the bill, though, this is a bill I wanted to vote for, and unfortunately, the biggest thing that I could not overcome in this bill, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that just the lack of controls. The previous bill that we passed in the last special session, which was for to get money to unemployed workers and to also get a loan program in place for business owners, there were many, many more controls in that. There were requirements to show need, to show that if a business is doing poorly, they're doing poorly because of COVID or because of the governor's restrictions on their business. The big problem I have with this is the lack of folks to show need. And to that point, I'd like to show how by including the 501c3s, this bill doesn't delineate any difference between a small 501c3 that's in New Mexico or a larger 501c3 who may have a headquarters in New Mexico, but is obviously a national organization, and folks who are not in the same position of a New Mexico truly owned business or nonprofit that employs New Mexico residents. So the controls, Mr. Speaker, are the big problem that I had with this legislation. It did get better, Mr. Speaker, from version 1 to version 8, and also we actually had another amendment that we were going to introduce to fix the situation with the grocery stores. But while we were here debating, and I don't know if the governor saw our amendment that was going to be presented, but the governor's office did go out there while we were in session, and the Secretary of Health has stated that they were going to make accommodations so that these grocery stores don't get shut down. They will have a chance to remedy the situation, and I'm glad that that happened. I do believe that that happened probably because of the amendments that were introduced. But Mr. Speaker, I do believe along the way it has gotten better. I'm okay with this legislation. If my vote had been the deciding vote, I'm not sure I would have voted the same way. But the big problem I have with this legislation, Mr. Speaker, is just the lack of controls. And I understand the timing of it because it has been put off to this point, literally a month away from when the monies would revert. So I know this will end up in the hands of folks who do need it, but unfortunately, folks who may not need it as much will also be able to access these funds. And Mr. Speaker, I do not believe, as the appropriating body, that we need to be appropriating in that manner. So, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to explain why I could not support this legislation.
Thank you. I believe that was all the members that wanted to explain their vote. The gentlelady from Bernalillo.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we go to the next order of business, announcements and miscellaneous business.
Seeing no objection, it is so ordered. The Senate has passed House Bill 1 on a vote of 33 to 5. It is on its way to the governor, so we can depart. I want to thank everyone for coming in. I know that it's disruptive to come to Santa Fe and interrupt your lives, especially on a holiday week, a holiday that is so important to so many of us. But I hope that the people of our state see that the work at hand was so important that we had to sacrifice a little bit of our family schedules in order to get some very needed and some very important relief out to the people who are struggling the most in our state right now. I think it's fitting to note, we heard some of the comments in the debate that there are COVID patients coming to Albuquerque from southeast New Mexico and from northwest New Mexico because they've run out of ventilators in the southeast part of the state. Our healthcare system is at a breaking point, and we are on a trajectory, if we don't turn things around, to have completely overwhelmed our healthcare delivery system in a matter of weeks. That means that if you are sick, you don't get to go to the hospital. It doesn't mean that if you're sick with COVID, it means that if you're in a car accident, that if you are sick with anything, if you need emergency service, they simply won't have a bed. This is tragically happening right now in Utah, where they are having to ration care in emergency rooms. The situation doesn't become real until sometimes it hits your own household or a friend or a close family member. I know that there are members of this body that have suffered great personal tragedy because of COVID-19. It cannot be overstated the seriousness of the situation in which we find ourselves. One of the things that we can do to keep our communities safe is to please remember to continue to wear your mask, sacrifice a large family gathering for Thanksgiving and Christmas. This is just 1 year, and if we can make it through, we'll be that much better off for it next year. We think of all the men and women in uniform who are serving our country that don't get to be home for Thanksgiving. If they can do it, we can do it as well. It's a small sacrifice by comparison to have a Zoom or a FaceTime with family members that don't live in your household than to bring them together and risk inadvertently sickening them with a disease that could kill them. It is a small sacrifice. So please do that. For those of you who are in your household together, give your household members a hug, give a kiss to the people that you live with, and give a phone call to the rest. But I really do hope that we all have a moment on Thanksgiving to take remembrance of the things that we really can be thankful for. Our health, thankfully, foremost among them, and family and friends. So thank you all for being here. I do hope you have a wonderful Thanksgiving, and we'll look forward to seeing everyone back here in January with some fresh faces. And Representative Bandy, I promise, I sent you a message that we keep doing these special sessions because we can't get over the fact that we're not going to be serving with you again. But I think there won't be a third time's the charm. We won't have another special session, so very good. All right, the gentlelady from Bernalillo.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the chair appoint a committee of 3 to inform the Senate that the House has completed its work and ready to adjourn. Sine die.
I will appoint Representatives Bandy, Representative David Gallegos, and Representative Johnson to inform the Senate. Actually, we should appoint Representative Schmades and Representative Gallegos so they can see where they're headed, and Representative Johnson to inform the Senate.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the chair appoint a committee of 3 to advise the governor that the House has completed its work and is ready to adjourn. Sine die.
I will appoint Leader Townsend and Leader Stapleton and Whip Gallegos to inform the governor.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House postpone action indefinitely on all bills remaining on the Speaker's table on the calendar or in committee, except the bills in the enrolling and engrossing committee.
Seeing no objection, it is so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House adjourn. Sine die.
Is there any objection? Seeing none, the House has adjourned. Sine die. Have a great Thanksgiving.
Bye, boss.
Bye, everybody. It was an honor to serve with you.
Bye, Abbas.
Yeah.
Bye, Abbas. We'll be seeing you, Abbas. We'll be
I'll
seeing
be
you.
around.
Abbas and Joseph. And
Yes.
Joseph, bye. We'll be seeing you.